Good to go. Tina, we're good. Evening, council. The meeting will come to order. For the record, it's April 14th, 2026 at 6:05 PM. And we'll begin this evening's regular meeting with roll call attendance. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman President Overton. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. And Council President Overton.
Here. If you would please all rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For tonight's community invocation, we have Sandra Ramirez.
Well, good evening, members of the council. It is a privilege and an honor to stand before you as a minister of Christian Faith Center, but also as an employee here at the City of Meridian. And so with that, I would just like to open us up in prayer. Father, we come before you, Lord God, and I just thank you, God, for the opportunity, Lord. I thank you, Lord, for each one of these council members and our mayor, Father, for the leadership, Father God, that you have appointed, Father, over this city of Meridian, Father God. I pray, God, that every single decision that they make, Lord God, is founded on you, based on you, God, that there is unity amongst this council, Father. And Lord, may their leadership, Father, bring honor and glory to you. May you bless all of the first responders, Lord, that represent the city here in Meridian, Lord God. Every employee, Father, would you bless them? And Father, may we bring you honor and glory. And we say all of this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Sandra. Next up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the agenda with the removal of number 5.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda, removing item number 5 from the consent agenda. Is there any other discussion? If not, all signify their approval by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda is approved. Next up is a proclamation. I'll step down to the microphone below. Julie, would you join me up here? Tonight's proclamation is for our children and youth of military members. From the officer of the mayor, whereas April is the month of the military child and is an opportunity to recognize military children for their courage, personal sacrifices, and resilient spirit. And whereas the strength of our armed forces come not just from those who wear the uniform, but from the families who also serve on behalf of our country. And whereas military children continue to make significant contributions to family and community as they endure prolonged and repeated absences of one or both parents and adjust to families moving on an average of 2 to 3 years and changing schools. And whereas these children and youth are a source of pride and honor to us all, and it is only fitting that we take time to recognize their contributions and celebrate their spirit. And whereas the month of the military child will recognize that military children serve too, and citizens of Meridian will be afforded the opportunity to don the color purple every Friday in April in support of these children. Therefore, I, John Overton, President of Meridian City Council, on behalf of Mayor Robert E. Simison, hereby proclaim April 2026 as Month of the Military Child in the city of Meridian and encourage all residents of our community and communities across the country to observe the month for military kids and to wear or display purple to honor and support and thank our military children.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julia. I am the Idaho National Guard Child and Youth Lead Coordinator out in Gowan Field. I just wanted to thank the city of Meridian for recognizing April as Month of the Military Child. I personally am not a service member, but I have worked in youth development and specifically with military audiences. So getting to see how resilient and how the youth have been able to adapt through adversities is really amazing. We would like to thank you guys again from the program and also to those service members who may currently be deployed and their children having to navigate how to overcome that, and that we hope that their family members come back safe.
And Julia, one quick comment. The mayor's out of town, so I have the opportunity to give this proclamation tonight, and I couldn't be happier because my oldest son's been serving for 22 years and is currently sitting on a aircraft carrier. Can't tell you where. There's a lot of them, but he's been deployed now 3 deployments in a row, and my young granddaughter is sitting in Colorado. So it's hard on the families, and I watch it happen all the time. So I'm so glad that this is happening and this is occurring. So please join me in the photo. Council, that brings us to any announcements or recognitions.
Mr. President,
Council.
kind of the last minute here, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone realized that Captain Leslie has announced his retirement, and the 23rd is
Hey.
his last day. And so just wanted it on the record, since I could not do it when he was here last time, our deep appreciation for his service. So Chris, you have to tell him that this was done from the dais, and it's probably a good thing that he's not here, or I would be in tears. So thank you for indulging me.
Well said. Any other announcements or recognitions? If not, brings us to tonight's consent agenda.
President.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
I move we approve the consent agenda, again with item number 5 having been removed at this point.
Second.
Consent agenda has been approved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Oh, and amended, sir? For the council president to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
Second agrees. There's no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent agenda is approved. There are no items moved from the consent agenda to be heard tonight. Madam Clerk, was there anything on the public forum?
Thank you, Councilman Overton. No one has signed up.
Okay, thank you. Brings us to our department reports. Item 13, countywide impact fee update, and we have staff Kurt delivering the message tonight.
Good evening, Council President Overton and members of council. Thank you for a few minutes to chat with you about countywide development impact fees. So this is a topic that you've are well familiar with. It's been a few months since we discussed it, but we had several conversations in 2025, and I'll And just kind of refresh the, for the council's benefit, but for the audience as well, just kind of briefly recap that. But I think Mayor Simonson and the mayor's office thought it'd be a good idea to update the council on where that stands and perhaps get some additional direction from the council this evening as to next steps. So that's where we'll kind of go. I'll kind of recap where we've been, a snapshot of where we are now, meaning both Meridian, but also our fellow cities and what they have done or not done at this point in time, and then perhaps talk about next steps and timing and things of that nature. So as a reminder, actually the county, when they first came to us, was looking at countywide development impact fees in 4 categories, one of which pertained to the sheriff's office, and that was really only for the unincorporated area. And I think it was Mayor Simonson actually made the recommendation some time ago that that's really within the county's purview today, and that had suggested they may want to push forward that on their own since they're able to do so. And the county did. And so to their credit, the county has adopted its sheriff impact fee, which is applicable only in the unincorporated parts of the county, not within the incorporated cities. So that leaves 3 other categories: the coroner fee, the emergency medical services or EMS fee, and the jail fee. And so just by way of reminder, in terms of dollar amounts, similar to the city's impact fee program, it differs based upon whether we're talking about single family homes or commercial development or other categories of development. But kind of an easy way we often talk about is what is the cost per single family residence is kind of a typical metric. So just by way of reminder, the county analysis that you have seen, and we'll talk about more in a moment, the coroner fee was proposed on a county-wide level at $59 per single family home. The EMS fee was calculated at $175 per single family home. And then the jail impact fee was at $516 per single family home. When the council, let me back up and say this has sort of been a start and stop process for the county. They've actually been at this for about, I'd say 3 years or perhaps a little bit longer. And they started and we had some discussions and they paused, and then it sort of went to the back burner for a while, and now it came back again sort of in earnest in 2025. And so the city council had a couple conversations about this topic in the summer of 2025, and then later at the end of last calendar year, you all adopted the capital improvement plans as well as amended the city's comprehensive plan to incorporate the county's impact fee studies and the fees that are attached to those. We didn't approve the fees, just the studies at that point in time. So when you discussed this as a council back in the summer of June, I think to be more precise, in June of 2025, we outlined and talked about a four-part implementation plan. One of the problems or challenges, is probably a better word, is that under the county's proposal, it requires city cooperation. All of the incorporated cities as well as the county need to cooperate and adopt local ordinances to put these fees in place. So to use that adage, sometimes that's like herding cats. And so it can be difficult. And so at the point in time, actually Meridian, we were one of the first cities to say, yes, we want to be good partners with the county and we're interested in working with you. And we do think that growth ought to pay for growth. And so we had a fairly welcoming message from the get-go, but we also recognized that other cities need to come to the table and there needs to be a level playing field and everybody needs to participate. So we developed, I guess, sort of simplistic, a 4-step or a 4-part implementation plan. And we've finished the first couple and we're at step 3 now. But just as by way of reminder, we have entered into intergovernmental agreements with the county and the EMS district. You might recall those are 2 separate legal entities. The county, of course, is what we're familiar with. And then for EMS, that is from a legal perspective, as an entity, it stands on its own. So we have an agreement with the EMS district, and we have an agreement with the county itself for a total of 2. We entered into those, I'll call them limited intergovernmental agreements that basically said, here's what we're prepared to do today. We're going to designate the county advisory committee as the advisory committee for this purpose. We're going to agree to work with you on the adoption of the CIPs and on an amendment to our comprehensive plan. And so we put all that in writing and enter into a contractual obligation between the county and the city and the MS district and the city. We subsequently, from that time going forward, multiple steps, including public hearings in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and this city council and public testimony. But after going through that process required by state law, the city council did adopt the capital improvement plans for 2 of the 3 proposed fee categories. We adopted the CIP for the EMS CIP, and we adopted the jail CIP. You'll recall, I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later in my presentation, but you'll recall discussions about the coroner's office and whether that was provided for within state law, and there's some ambiguity there. So the city council made the decision that we were not prepared yet to adopt the CIP, and we had asked the county to seek clarification from the legislature, which they attempted to do during this last session, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So we adopted 2 of the 3 CIPs, and then we also subsequently amended our comprehensive plan as required by state statute, and so that's all been accomplished. So we're essentially at, I'll call step 3, which is we said we're going to pause once we finish those tasks, and we're going to wait for other cities to catch up with us, and so we all want to sort of be on the same place and same playing field, and other cities had not quite done as much as that point in time. So we'll talk about that tonight as well. If we get beyond that point, and then again, for future discussion this evening, the next steps, should we decide to proceed, we said that contractually that if we get to that point, we would conduct the public hearings necessary to consider the impact fees. And that also requires successor agreements with the county and the EMS district that would replace the initial or original agreements, and they'd be more complete and talk about fee collection and identification and things of that nature. And then also we would need to adopt ordinances that would implement the actual fees and allow the city to collect those fees on behalf of the county, essentially. So that was a game plan or implementation plan that the city council agreed to back in June. And then we have been doing our part and consummated with the adoption of the CIPs and amendment of the comprehensive plan in late 2025, about 4 months ago. So I'll give you a quick status report on where other cities stand, and we're sort of all back to this herding cats. It's kind of going to sound a lot like that. So that's where we're at. We're herding cats. And so I'm going to take these out of these as an alphabetical order. I'm going to take them a little bit out of order just to kind of put them in categories of, who's made the most progress, who's in between, and then, those that have not made as much progress. So I'll start with both Eagle and Star. My understanding from multiple sources, including from the county, from their chief administrative officer, is that both Eagle and Star have completed the process in its totality and are now, after the first of this year, after January 1 of 2026, are now collecting all fees, including the coroner fee, are collecting those fees on behalf of the county. And so they've adopted the fees by ordinance. They have agreements with the county. They're collecting the fee on behalf of the county, and they're transmitting that revenue periodically to the county and then doing the accounting that's behind that. So again, that is Star and Eagle. The next category is sort of where we're sort of described as maybe halfway complete, or maybe a smidge more in some cases. And in that category is Garden City and CUNA. So Garden City went as far as they actually introduced the necessary ordinances for first reading, and they did that, I think, back in January. And then I really can't speak to kind of the inner workings of what the thought process was, but they have tabled that item since that time. So they've not pursued it. My understanding, they're having some questions now about the coroner fee as well. And I think they may have some questions or trying to coordinate better where maybe cities implement this more, together at close in time as opposed to being separated, more separated in time. So I really don't have the inside information as to why that has stalled, but Garden City has prepared ordinances introduced for first reading. They have not proceeded with the second or third reading. They have not adopted the fees, and they're gathering additional information. So I talk with their city attorney fairly frequently, and he's still doing some research on things like the coroner's office and things of that nature. CUNA is in a way not quite as far along as Garden City, but on the other hand, they've made good progress. So in the case of CUNA, they had scheduled a public hearing for earlier this month to consider, and that no guarantee they would adopt, but to consider the ordinances and agreements necessary to proceed with the countywide impact fees in CUNA. That public hearing, there was some discussions still occurring between the city attorney for CUNA and county council. And so that was not resolved prior to the hearing, and was therefore that hearing was, I don't know if it was continued or if it was just vacated or will be rescheduled, but one of the two. It has not yet occurred. My understanding is it may occur before the end of April, but I haven't seen a date yet. In the case of CUNA, I'll note that CUNA had in their attorney, they have a contract counsel, but CUNA has the same concern that you all had and that some others have relative to the coroner's fee. So CUNA does not intend to adopt the coroner's fee. They're not convinced that it's that state law allows for that. And so CUNA does not intend to adopt the coroner fee at this point in time, but are receptive, or at least considering the jail fee and the EMS fee. And then lastly, on the group here is Boise City. So Boise City, they did have a joint meeting between the Boise City Council and County Commissioners earlier this year. I want to say it was February, but plus or minus, but it's been a few weeks ago now. But they did have a joint hearing. I watched the video of it, about an hour discussion. They were actually asking some very high level questions, in the sense of just really the Boise City Council really asking some fundamental questions. So my sense is they haven't done a lot of spade work quite yet. There, at the end of that meeting, there was an interest amongst, or there was a stated interest amongst the party to continue to collaborate. I did talk with the county representative late last week, and nothing of substance has occurred yet. But so with the case of Boise City, they're probably have not made a lot of progress, in the sense that they haven't considered the CIPs in any formal way. They have not entered into agreements, and really have not done a lot of the kind of the initial work that you all have done already, and some of the research and questions that you've already asked, and we've answered to the best we can. So I guess to recap real quick, we have Eagle and Star have implemented and are collecting. We have Garden City and CUNA that are making progress, but not to the finish line. And we have Boise City, who is still kind of in the, maybe not in the starting blocks, but not far from the starting blocks either. So they have some work to do on their end. With regard to the coroner fee, I mentioned that a few times now, so that was a topic of interest to the council. You recall the issue is that in state law, impact fees can be used for certain categories of expenses for capital projects for facilities, and one of which is public safety facilities. And so clearly, and there's some examples given in the definition of what that means, and it talks about police and fire and things of that nature. There's no reference to coroners or coroner facilities either. And so when you all had your discussion back in June of last year, we talked with the county that that's uncomfortable for us. This would be the first countywide impact fee program that I'm aware of in Idaho. So when you're on the cutting edge, you like to be a little bit more cautious and be judicious. We weren't convinced that the language covers the coroner's office, and even that was the smallest of the three fees provided. So the county had made a commitment to pursue legislation this session in 2026 to seek clarification. And I was told, and I have every reason to believe this is true and accurate, is that the county did draft language, which is fairly simplistic or simple, did approach at least one potential author and had some interest, but then that author declined to advance the legislation or introduce the legislation. And they were not able to find a different author, or a legislator to carry that bill. So long story short is that issue has not changed. There was no legislation introduced this past session. It's now concluded. And so the county has indicated they will take a look again in 2027, but they've also acknowledged that for that reason, they were not able to resolve our concern or question. And as I mentioned, CUNA and perhaps others like Boise will have similar concerns. So my understanding is I've been told that the county is willing to postpone that idea, that fee altogether until that issue is resolved. They don't want to try to force the issue, or if they haven't been able to get clarification. So I think as we have our conversation on a going forward basis, we're going to be focused on the jail fee and on the EMS fee, and we will continue. I think that would be the council's desire, to continue to table the coroner fee until there's additional clarity around that topic. Legislation I did want to talk about that did pass out of this past session in 2026 and was signed by the governor recently is House Bill 766. And just by way of introduction to that, you may recall from your discussions in 2025, you all, I shouldn't put myself in that category, you all as the decision makers talked about that you want to be supportive of the county and be a good partner. And we do believe as a city that growth ought to pay for growth. But there was sort of a lament that why can't we just do this? It's so convoluted. It's so difficult. Why can't we do this more like the ACHD model where ACHD adopts its own ordinance? It does all the heavy lifting. The city by contract, we collect the fee as a courtesy to ACHD and we distribute the revenue, but we don't get into the weeds as we're required to do in this instance. We don't adopt ordinances. We don't adopt CIPs. We don't change our comprehensive plan. And you remember the answer to that was there's a constitutional prohibition that essentially has been interpreted this way by the courts, is that county ordinances have no force or effect within incorporated cities and vice versa. So city ordinances have no force or effect within the unincorporated county. ACHD is not a city, nor is it a county. It falls as a district, and actually it's not encumbered by that provision. The legislature passed House Bill 766 this year that sort of did the ACHD model for fire districts, rural fire districts, and for ambulance districts, which is the Ada County EMS district essentially, and says, I'm simplifying greatly here, but essentially sort of gives them the ACHD wand that says you can do an ordinance and you can adopt your own. And so really, so I did talk with my county colleagues about that, and that that's how I read this legislation is you could do the ACH model and adopt your own ordinance. You could be done with it in one fell swoop and you're there. And we would be happy to talk with you about an agreement to collect that fee at the building permit stage and, collect and account and provide that revenue to you. The response I had from, my counterparts at the county was they prefer to stay with the model we've been talking about, I think for a couple of reasons. One is I'm trying to do my best to speak to their issues. One is that they're well into this process, and they have some cities that have already agreed to do it this way and are doing it this way. And so I think they're reluctant to change course, sort of that they're halfway there, not quite there yet. But so I think they're reluctant to revisit that issue and kind of do it a whole different way. Just they're far into the process with all the cities. And in the case of Star and Eagle, they've actually adopted the fee and are collecting as we speak. So there's that issue. And then their other point is that regardless if they could adopt their own program or not via ordinance, there's no mechanism for collection. So they don't have a tool because they're not the ones issuing building permits, just like ACHD, quite frankly. So they don't have a good tool for collection because they are not there when the building permit is issued or other points in the development process where it makes sense to collect an impact fee. And so their point is they would need agreements with all the cities regardless. And so if they stick with the model that they've chosen, it still gets us to the same spot, and they've already made progress with many cities down that path. So, whether that resonates with you all, we can talk more about that later if you have questions and so forth, or we can have the county chat with you more. But I do think that, just for ease of description, that ACHD model is available now for the EMS district. So in terms of future steps, so just recap very quickly, we talked about that four-part implementation plan that we would have interim agreements. We adopted a CIP. We amended our comprehensive plan. We're pausing till other cities catch up and we're more closer in time. And then we said, we're going to pause. So that's where we're at today. And so I think I know that Mayor Simpson, unfortunately, is not able to be here, but just some discussions that he and Bill Neri and I had. I think, the mayor is feeling, he wants to be a good partner, as you all do as well, wants to be a good partner with the county and does not want to see this issue languish, does agree that, growth should pay for itself, and impact fees, if they're thoughtful and they're well justified, they make sense and they serve an important purpose as we grow as a community throughout the entire valley. And certainly growth has county-wide impacts. So I know the mayor is receptive to being a good partner and would like to see this move forward. But we may or may not be there. So I think the thought was it'd be good to kind of update you all. Here's where we're at. This is a status report. How do you feel about this? And what does our next steps look like? So the two obvious ones are number one and number two. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I skipped ahead, but let me finish that thought and I'll come back to my screen here in a second. So the question is, how do we go about that? We can sort of stay the course. We can accelerate our process knowing that we would finish a little earlier than others. So give that some thought because I jumped ahead. Let me go back to the screen. But in terms of future steps that I talked about, we have to negotiate new agreements, draft. All this takes time and effort. So it's a matter of, putting pen to paper, number one. Secondly, is reaching agreement between the city and the county. And as things go back and forth and takes time. So all this stuff takes, it doesn't happen in a week. It'll take weeks plural and perhaps longer. So there's a process involved here, but we need to negotiate new interagency agreements that would replace the existing interim agreements. These would be the more complete agreements that would talk about how everything works, including, collection and protest and, if we're challenged, identification, who takes the lead on litigation, things of that nature. So lot more detail than what we have in our current interim agreements. We would need to draft the ordinances that are required for the jail fee and the EMS fee. We are required by state law to, publish and notice and publish and then conduct public hearings on those fees. And then we'd have to adopt those agreements and the necessary ordinances as well. So all that takes time, of course. And so that is, even if we started tomorrow, we're not going to be back in front of you for quite some time because it takes a while to get all that together. So that's part of the equation as well in terms of our next steps and when do we take action. This is the slide I was talking about prematurely. So, I think the kind of fundamental choices are we can stick with the implementation plan that we have outlined, which, the county has accepted at this point, and they understand that our rationale about, basically the council was interested in a level playing field. We don't want to be, one of the first out of the chute and collect the fee and others ultimately decide not to participate. That puts us in an odd spot. It's an unlevel playing field for our property owners and developers. So that's something to consider. So I think the county understands that, and they're prepared to say if we want to be sort of the last or one of the last to officially approve, then they understand that. I'm sure they'd love for us to move quicker, but they understand what we're trying to accomplish as well. Secondly, we can accelerate our process, knowing that we have a couple other cities that have done so already, Star and Eagle in particular, and others that are somewhere in between. We can accelerate our process. It's all those steps I just talked about a moment ago that will take time and effort. And so even if we started that sooner rather than later, that'll take some time to complete, but we can certainly do that. The two cautions, I guess I would just for the interest of complete disclosure so you can make good informed decisions. One is, I guess in terms of pitfalls, or potential pitfalls. One is the unequal playing field. So to the extent we adopt before others and others don't adopt timely, then we have, we're collecting fees, others are not. It's sort of that unlevel playing field situation. And that's a policy issue that you all can, as decision makers, as council members, that's within your purview to decide. The one that has some legal consequences, I think, is I would have some concerns to the extent we adopt the fees, jail and EMS fees, just say magically today, and then one or more of the cities don't adopt ever and just decide not to participate. And I won't name a name here, but just a city, one or more of the bigger cities, let's say, decide not to participate. In my opinion, that puts the validity of the fee into question. Because the study was based upon looking at the county as totality. That was the service area. The math was all done on the county as totality. All cities participate. To the extent one or two of the large cities don't participate, in my opinion, that the analysis is no longer valid. You need to go back and redo the analysis, redo your calculations. The numbers will likely change. And so we may find ourselves, you could find yourself, we've been collecting a fee only to learn later that someone decides not to participate, and then we might have been collecting the wrong fee. Too little, too much, I don't know. Just puts us in a delicate spot. So I don't want to overstate that point, but we just should be mindful that I think the integrity of the fees that are being proposed rely upon all cities participating. If they don't, that analysis needs to be refreshed. So, and I'm sure there are lots of other permutations and different variations of these ideas. Those are the two basic ones, but you may have some other ideas or questions that might prompt some additional ideas as well. So the purpose really tonight, as I mentioned, was one is just to give you all a status report, get you up to speed on what's happening, what we've accomplished, where are we at today, what are our potential next steps, and then to the extent you're comfortable or able to provide some direction going forward, do we feel like we in order to be good partners, we might want to accelerate our process, or do we prefer to stick with to the situation where we pause until others catch up? So I'll pause there. I'd be happy to answer questions you may have, and both Bill and I would be happy to answer any of the potential legal issues that might arise because of that last topic I talked about, where some cities don't participate.
Thank you, Kurt. Before I ask the rest of council for comments, we'll confirm that I had those conversations with the mayor and with the coroner's office out of this scenario. I think he was interested in seeing what we could do moving forward, rearranging our priorities into these two versus all three, and being prepared to move forward. I still think we'll let council discuss the validity of moving forward, not knowing if we're going to be collecting the right fees or what other cities are going to do. And with that, I'd open it up for comment from the rest of council.
Mr. President.
Councilman Taylor.
Hey, thank you, Kurt. Appreciate it. There's so many moving parts. It's good to get a refresher. I have a question on that last issue you brought up. Is there a scenario where the impact fees would need to be remitted back to the developer that are collected if they're found to be done so in a way that it's called illegal or inappropriate or not withstanding a court ruling? Is that a scenario that is possible?
Thank you, Council President and Councilmember Taylor. So I don't want to overstate that concern, but I think the short answer is yes, that's a possibility to the extent we implement a fee and it's later one or more cities don't participate and we find out the fee was too much in that example, that the fee was should have been lower because the analysis changed because the service area was not the entire county, but something smaller. I think there's room for a challenge that we over collected and the fee was too high and some amount of money would be due back to those that had paid the fee.
Council President, just a quick follow-up.
Councilman.
Just on that note, the liability to pay it back would be the county, or would it be the city of Meridian?
Council President and Councilmember Taylor. So we had this, I'm going to talk a little bit about identification in Idaho law that you might recall this discussion from June as well. So we will structure the agreement that puts that burden on the county. Number one, the agreement between us and the county will make that a county burden, and we will also require the county to identify us. There are some big impediments in Idaho law and the Idaho Constitution about whether cities and counties can identify any third parties. So we all have used this term of art. We try to avoid identification provisions altogether because they're questionable. When we can't, we try to insert those magic words to the extent allowed by law, Idaho law in particular, which is sort of a shorthand saying this may or may not be enforceable. So identification provisions are a little dicey, just as in general in terms of how the courts look at them. There's some constitutional issues there that we don't need to get too far into the weeds, but certainly contractually, we would make that the county obligation, whether we can. And we would also have an indemnification clause that would require them to defend us if we're sued. But to what extent, if that push came to shove, there's some questions there.
Council President.
Councilmember Cavanagh.
Council President Overton. Kurt, I appreciate you shepherding this thing along. I think like sometimes we're trudging a wagon through peanut butter and sometimes I feel like we're making a lot of progress. And then we get these updates so they're helpful. I'll begin conceptually. I'm very supportive of this. I think it's the right direction for us to be moving, particularly with the corners piece being moved out. That was always a little bit of a hang up for me. So personally, I have no issues with starting to begin work on at least crafting language for a review. Not maybe quite ready to say, let's have a public hearing on this date and time, but I think to get language prepared and shared. But that's where I think some of my questions lie is the ordinance language that Eagle and Star adopted, is it anticipated that's the same language that CUNA, Garden City, Meridian, and Boise would also be asked? Is it the same?
Thank you, Council President and Councilmember Kavner. I think it's likely that because there's some certain requirements that are just statutory in nature that are required of any ordinance, so they'll likely have a lot of similarities, but they will not be identical. And we'll craft our own ordinance, based upon our experience with our program, and then we will, as we often do in our profession, we will, look for good ideas elsewhere and borrow good ideas from other people. But I think each jurisdiction will likely have some have their own ordinance that will vary to some extent, but they'll include the same basic elements.
Okay. Council President Overton, maybe a follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Kurt, if we have the ability then to maybe be Meridian specific language, is there a scenario in play where we could enact the ordinance saying, hey, we will collect these impact fees on behalf of the county, but enforce it at a later point in time? Meaning we would pass something, again, let's say we pass it tonight, but we wouldn't begin collecting or enforcing that for a 12-month period, with a clause that if by that 12-month period arises, if not all municipalities have adopted it, then this comes back before the council and we could retract it. Is there a scenario where we could do that?
Council President, Councilmember Cavner, yes, that's a very creative and good thought. Yeah, so we certainly can have, in terms of implementation date, it can be delayed. So it doesn't have to be at the time of adoption. It could be 6 months, 12 months, or some other trigger that allows the ordinance to go into effect. So short answer is yes, you could have delayed implementation based upon a particular criteria.
Thank you. Council President, just maybe to comment on that, I recognize nobody wants to always be the first one out the gate. But I think that we have an obligation as a city to lead on this. And, but I think it's important, it's imperative that all of us, not just all, but maybe one, move forward. And so I want to make sure that, again, we're being equitable to all county residents, particularly those who live in Meridian, our future residents. So I think that would be, just in terms of where I would be heading in terms of a recommendation, is let's begin working on this, schedule a public hearing at a later point in time. But the language would need to be really clear. Regardless of when we pass, we would not begin enforcing until a date certain, with the conclusion that all jurisdictions impacted have all signed on collectively.
Council President.
Councilmember Strader.
Thank you. I was thinking along those lines as well. I'm not sure about delayed implementation date. I was looking at it more like a condition precedent to effectiveness, that all the other cities are prepared to that they've all signed the same ordinance. Like, I think we could pass an ordinance that says it's like subject to the other jurisdictions doing the same, then we'll start collecting the fees. The only scenario I'm really have heartburn about is a scenario where we begin collecting fees and then have to refund the fees and the messiness of that. I think if you can negotiate some language that is like a condition precedent to effectiveness, or a condition precedent to us collecting the fees, or something that kind of protects us, make sure that the other cities have come alongside us, I think that's fine. I agree. I think we do need to get it going further. You're kind of on step 3 of 5 or whatever. So I think continuing to do that is fine. The only scenario I'm really worried about is the one where we actually end up collecting some fees, have to refund them, and it gets messy. I also want to make sure that if there was partial adoption by, like, let's say 4 of the 5 cities, but maybe one gigantic city that chose not to for whatever reason, I want to make sure that that invalidates, like conclusively invalidates the study, and then we all kind of come back and have a discussion. I think that's important. So I also will just say, I understand the reason that, they've started a process. EMS doesn't want to have to do its own ordinance, but the legislation did specifically provide for that. It is actually, to me, an easier mechanism and a more simple mechanism for the EMS districts to just go ahead and pass their own ordinance. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't still do it. I just think it's worth having a conversation with them. That seems a little short-sighted on their part. Thanks.
Mr. President.
Councilman Whitlock.
Kurt, thanks for updating us on everything that's been done to date. And there's significant work that's already gone into this. I guess my question kind of follows up on Councilmember Cavanagh and Councilwoman Strader's comments, but it's more in line with, if we were to give you direction to start drafting or crafting an ordinance to have in your hip pocket, how flexible and nimble can we be as a city in terms of a timeline, so that once others start to adopt, or we get critical mass, how quickly can we move through the noticing, public hearing, and adoption of an ordinance?
Council President and Councilmember Whitlock. So I think if we had sort of on the shelf, the ordinance was prepared and ready for your consideration, and likewise the agreements, the successor agreements with the county and the MS district, those were complete and just sort of waiting for others to, or for the time to be correct. And I think we did it pretty quickly. So you identified the kind of the major time consideration, which is it does require, the noticing requirement and a public hearing. I'd have to go look at the statute again for what the requirement is. Typically for fees, just kind of run-of-the-mill fees, it's 2 notices and 2 weeks apart. I think there's specific requirements for development impact fees. I don't have those on my fingertip, but it's not months. We're talking about, weeks type of thing, or it's fairly short. And then you adopt your ordinance. You could waive second and third readings if you choose. That's allowed. And then we have to publish, and there's a if I recall correctly, in the development impact fee statute, I think there's a wait time before the fee comes into effect. So there's a little bit of a wait time between the ordinance and the time you begin collection. So I don't have a definitive answer for you, but if we had those documents sitting on a shelf and you said, let's proceed, I think you're probably talking just in ballpark, probably 60 days or so to get from start to finish.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Taylor.
Thank you. And I asked some questions, but share some thoughts. I agree with what Councilman Cavanagh said. I think we should be proactively pushing ahead and moving ahead, leaving ourselves with some flexibility with how we might want to handle it when we get to it. But I think we need to be working with the county to try to move it ahead. I think as other municipalities see us actively working on it towards a solution, it's going to be helping the whole process along. So my inclination is that we are moving actively towards implementing something.
That is fantastic direction. So I'm happy if you'd like to recap or you want to, but I think that's excellent direction. I think it was what the mayor was looking for as well. So appreciate the good discussion. I think we have what we need to proceed, but anything else, Council President?
I was going to ask you to go back one slide, Kurt.
Yeah.
To the steps. So if what I'm hearing is correct, as we're talking, majority of council anyway, is looking at going back and immediately starting on negotiating the new interagency agreements based upon the new information, drafting the proposed ordinance, but at this point, not holding any public hearings until we see what's going to happen. I mean, we want to be fair to the city of Meridian. We want to be respectful to the county and try to do both things at once. And that's what we've been trying to do this whole way along. Does that concur? I think we got the shake of the heads. Okay.
Very good. Thank you for the direction. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kurt. That'll complete our department reports for this evening. We'll move into public hearings. We'll now move to item 14, which is a public hearing for Ledges Business Park, H 2026-0008. And we'll start off with staff comments.
Thank you, Councilman or Council President and Council. So item number 14, applicant has failed to post that property correctly per the ordinance. So they are asking for continuance to next Tuesday, which is April 21st.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Cavanagh.
before I make a motion, is there anybody in the audience that was here tonight planning to testify? Excellent. Okay. Mr. President,
Councilmember Cavanagh.
I would move that we continue item 14, application HS 2026-0008 to April 21st, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to move item H 2026-0008, a continuance until April 21st of 2026. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Thank you, Councilman Overton. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader. Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Item 14 is continued. Next up is item 15, a public hearing for Center Cal Expansion Subdivision, SHP 2026-0003. We'll start with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Next item on the agenda is the Center Cal Expansion Subdivision. This is a short plat request in front of you. It does not require a neighborhood meeting or posting of the site. The site consists of 14.23 acres of land currently zoned CG and is located near the northeast corner of Eagle Road and East Fairview Avenue. History on this property, the current configuration that you see before you on the screen was approved with a property boundary adjustment in 2022. But when it was originally platted in 2012, I believe it was lot 2, a portion of lot 2, block 2 of the Center Cal subdivision. If you've driven down Eagle Road recently, you've noticed probably 3 buildings being constructed in the area. Those 3 buildings sit on these lots, the majority of these lots anyways. The existing landscaping along Eagle Road and Fairview Avenue will remain protected during the site, and those 2 meet current UDC standards, so no requirements for that. As part of the conditions of approval, staff has recommended that the applicant grant reciprocal cross-access to all the properties for shared parking, access to utility easements, and of course, shared aisle, access to shared drive aisles to the adjacent roadways as well. Had a chance to talk with the applicant before the meeting this evening, and they are in agreement with all conditions of approval. Staff is recommending approval, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Council, any questions for staff? No questions for staff. Thank you, Bill. Would the applicant like to come forward? You state your name and address for the record. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Jason Densmer with the Land Group. Our address is 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. Thank you for the 15 minutes. I'm sure I will not need all of that time. We've been working with staff over the past months as they've reviewed this short plat for Center Cal Expansion Subdivision. We're very thankful for their hard work and are in agreement with all of the conclusions in their staff report. As you know, the village at Meridian is undergoing expansion currently, and so I think the name of the subdivision being Center Cal Expansion is a little bit appropriate. This is a re-subdivision of one of the lots of the original Center Cal subdivision from 2012. The largest new lot will house the 3 buildings that are currently under construction. The 3 other lots that are being created provide pads for future buildings that are yet to come within the village. And as Bill said, he kind of stole my thunder, but we are in agreement with the staff report and all the conclusions and recommended conditions. Although I'm speaking on behalf of Center Cal tonight, Juan Montoya with Center Cal is actually here. And so I'd like to hand off to him. And then when he's done speaking, if you have any questions for either of us, we'll be happy to come back and answer them for you.
You just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Juan Montoya, and my address is 4500 Via Marina, Marina Del Rey. I flew out here just for this meeting. I just want to honestly thank the Meridian community and all of you at large for your continued partnership on the village. I'm coming here on behalf of our CEO, John Paul Wordy. He was kind of here in 2012 when the village was negotiated with maybe some of you who are still here. So we just want to thank you all for your continued partnership. We're really, really excited about what's happening. The growth of the village wouldn't be happening if this wasn't a fantastic place to live. Tenants in our business are everything, and they see that, and that's why they want to be at the center. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have in relation to the plat, but this is really driven by kind of tenant requests and the demand we're getting there. So we need to subdivide the parcels to create different tax parcels so we can build them appropriately. So that's it. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, we can just hand off and let you deliberate.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for this?
Thank you, Council President. No one has signed up.
Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment on this application, or is there anybody online that would like to speak? You can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing none, would the applicant like to close? He waves that right. Council, what's your action this evening?
Council President.
Councilmember Strader.
Sure. I'm happy to make a motion on it. I view this as continued success at an important development that we've already approved. So with that, I move that we close public hearing on this item.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nays? All ayes. Public meeting is closed.
Okay. Mr. President,
Councilmember Strader.
okay, happy to make a motion. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number SHP 2026-0003 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve SHP 2026-003. Madam Clerk, can you call roll?
Thank you, Council President. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. Item 15 is approved. Thank you. Next up, tonight's agenda is item 16. It's a public hearing for North Meridian Fields, H 2026-0003. We'll start this off with staff comments.
Good evening, Council President and Council. Next item on the agenda is the annexation for North Meridian Fields. So the applicant requests annexation of 71.45 acres of land with the R8 zoning and the CN zone, R8 and CN zoning districts. The R8 zone consists of 47.8 acres and the CN zone consists of 23.6. The site is generally located at the southwest corner of State Highway 16 and Chinden Boulevard. As shown on the screen, the existing zoning is RUT in Ada County, and the flume designation is mixed-use interchange and medium-density residential. So I want to start off by explaining a little bit. The Community Development and Public Works Directors made a determination for the subject development, allowing for annexation to move forward without sewer service being readily available. As you all are probably aware, currently the city is installing a sewer trunk line in McMillan Road that will ultimately serve the site from Star Road just to the west. So the property is located within the field sub area plan and is intended to follow the modern rural design theme, include cohesive architecture, landscaping, lighting, open space, pathways, and other high quality design elements. The applicant has submitted a conceptual plan proposing single-family detached residence on the southern 2/3 of the site and a commercial development on the northern 1/3. At this time, the detailed development plans have not been provided. However, the applicant provided a road layout, open space layout for the larger development, and this provides some high-level information into the integration of the residential and commercial uses. In the applicant's narrative, they propose to exclude the following uses, including fuel sales facilities, convenience stores, storage facilities, and vehicle washing facilities. The mixed-use interchange designation is intended for low traffic generating uses, and as a result, staff and the commission recommended further restricting the permitted uses by prohibiting Tier 2 and Tier 3 drive-through establishments, vertically integrated residential uses, and retail stores exceeding 10,000 square feet. And the primary reason behind the square footage cap on retail stores is to avoid big box retailers that would exceed the traffic count that mixed use interchange is really envisioning. And at this time, we don't really have a square footages to base traffic on, which I'll get into a little bit further in my presentation. This is the building elevations and kind of conceptual plan that they had for the commercial and the residential portion. So the applicant has depicted the primary access points for the development coming off the future extension of North Owyhee Storm Avenue, a collector roadway, which is located here on the site and will service the future Coal Valley Christian School to the south as well and Owyhee High School. This extension will lead to a signalized intersection with Chinden Boulevard. And in addition to this, the applicant is proposing to construct 2 east-west collectors that would connect North Ersatz Place with North Owyhee Storm Avenue. And here's the first collector, and the second collector would be down here. So many of the details that would typically be required with an annexation have not been provided, which is why the commission and staff is requiring a development agreement modification prior to any future applications or development being submitted. The future DA mod will be required to provide in-depth details from the field sub-area plan, comprehensive plan, and UDC, as well as updating the concept plan and any elevations at that time. The staff has had conversations with the applicant before tonight's hearing, and they will have some proposed changes to development agreement provisions for you guys to consider in their application. But these are the ones that commission has recommended to you for tonight. So at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, Darcy Hart testified with concerns regarding the lack of detail provided with the application, no traffic impact study, density potentially being too high, and design not adhering to the field sub-area plan. However, the commission is recommending approval with a development agreement, and we have not received any written testimony since the P&Z hearing, and I'll stand for any questions that you guys have.
Council, any questions for staff? No questions for
Council
staff.
President
Thank you.
Overton.
Councilmember Strader.
Thank you. A couple questions. So I see the DA provision, but outside of the DA provision about the provision of sewer services, generally, if we annex a property into the city, does that create an obligation for the city to provide services? And help me understand how that would play out if there was a delay.
Council President Overton, Councilwoman Strader, yes, so you're correct. Typically, when we annex a property, it does require an obligation to serve, which is why I received a director's determination to essentially move forward with the annexation for this subject development because we are putting the infrastructure in McMillan Road, which will be brought up Star and will serve this project eventually. You're right in the fact that if I didn't have that director determination, I probably would not be recommending approval of that tonight, but that is the direction that we have received. And this is just kind of show you the conceptual, this is Star Road. This is where the sewer will eventually lead to this site. That is the future plan. I think something to highlight on this is that there are other properties in the area that would be contiguous if this property was annexed that are also looking to annex that would bring services to this property. So there is some annexation going on in the event that, or for future plans that we know that sewer is going to be there. And like I said, that director's determination is really the primary driver here for staff's support on the project. And, moving forward with the annexation with services potentially not being available and could be delayed for a future time. And the applicant does know that. We have had conversations with them and they would still like to proceed, which is why we're here tonight.
Couple follow-ups.
Councilmember Streeter.
Thank you. So I guess I would be curious as to a status update on where we're at with the sewer. Like where have we gotten to on this map? How close is it? What is the time frame? So I guess that's one follow-up question. And then my other follow-up question is just much more general than that, which is this is a huge development. It's at the corner of a critical infrastructure point. With the extension of Highway 16, there's no traffic impact study, and I'm looking at the most bubbly of bubble plans that I've seen, and this is a real lack of detail. As a control freak, I hate all of that. So how typical is this size of development to come with this kind of a concept plan and a lack of a traffic impact study or detailed plans, even on what the commercial use would be? Help me understand the advantages and pitfalls of where we're at with that.
Council President Overton, I apologize. Councilwoman Strader. So to start off with your first question, as far as an update on the sewer, the last time I talked with our Public Works Department on it, they were still on schedule for the finish of December. I don't, if Warren's here, perfect. I'll have Warren come up and speak to that a little bit more. That was a couple months ago, so things could have changed as far as exactly where we are. Thanks, Warren.
So thank you, Councilwoman Strader. The project is under construction. We are putting in the trunk sewer line and the pressure sewer line in McMillan Road between Canada and Star. It's supposed to be the intersection of Star in June. And then they will continue with the pressure sewer line that'll go all the way to the Oaks Lift Station on McMillan and basically McDermott. And that will be completed around December, maybe slightly after the first of the year, January of this year. The piece that's going up Star Road is anticipated to be built by development at this point, although there has been some discussion about whether to add that to the 10-year plan for the Public Works Department, but we haven't received direction to do that yet. So.
Councilmember Strader.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding, we have a plan to get to McMillan and Star Road. And the further plan, though, to actually make it up to where this development isn't necessarily something that the city is intending on putting in as a piece of infrastructure. That's something that depends on private development. And I guess maybe just to talk out loud, like what's making me nervous, this just feels very like leapfrog to me. Doesn't it seem logical that we would start approving developments around where the sewer trunk has been extended to, and then approve, contiguous developments along the sewer line. I've never seen this kind of a scenario. And I guess how do you feel about the risks and benefits of approving something like this without the private developments in between here and there being approved first?
I think there's members of the council president. I think there's a few things to keep in mind. So one, water for this particular project will probably first come through the Coal Valley Christian extension. And so it's going to have water when the Coal Valley Christian School comes in. There is a possibility that the city will complete a project or do a project to install a portion of the sewer line going up Star Road. We know there's a lot of interest with other developers who own property along there. If that was to occur or when that occurs, there is other growth that's going to occur. And to answer your question, have we ever seen that before? The answer is yes. We annexed 1,400 acres in South Meridian, or I think it was close to that. Maybe it was 1,200 acres in South Meridian under a very similar scenario where we annexed thousands of acres of property, put them in kind of a holding zone, and we've grown into that. And that's kind of what the concept is here, essentially for this. I think that's why the developer is willing and understands the risk, understands that the services won't be there initially, but is willing to work towards the growth and orderly development of that entire area. You'll probably hear from them, though.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Council President. Warren, thank you for being here. And since you and I have had discussions regarding another several parcels, you'll probably understand why this is making me very concerned, because we've got a parcel that's waiting to build to get their services that you and I sat down and looked at the map and everything. And this is feeling very similar to me. Can you make me feel like it's not the same? Because that has been not a good situation.
Yeah. I think that the difference here is the individuals who agreed to the annexation initially, eventually sold the property. And maybe there was an anticipation or at least a belief that things were going to happen faster than what they have out there, but the city was not in control of that. So in fact, we tried to make it very clear that they were beholding to other entities to bring that sewer to them. So although it's possible that this could go the same way, right now it wouldn't, because the owner of the property is also the developer of the property.
Follow up. So but you said Coal Valley's how they're going to get water. I've heard through the grapevine that Coal is considering either not building at all or delaying it. That could be rumor, but
well, they know that they have to build the gravity sewer line from the intersection of Star Road and McMillan down McMillan Road to the school. They were going to build it. In fact, they entertained building it at the same time we're doing the pressure sewer line, but their bids came in higher than they had anticipated. Welcome to our world these days. And so they had to delay that until they could earn or raise some more funds. My understanding that that's the process that they're in right now. They're in the process of raising additional money so that they can go ahead and complete the project. But I'm certainly not an agent for Coal Valley Christian, so that's just what I have heard.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Warren. The applicant would like to come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 15 minutes.
Good evening, Council President and council members. My name is Emily Mueller, 839 South Bridgeway Place. I represent Mark Bottles, and 5B Holdings. And I just want to thank staff for their time in reviewing this project and coordinating on it. As staff mentioned, we've talked with them many times, and I appreciate that. As mentioned, this is an annexation and zoning with a development agreement request tonight. I'll kind of go quickly through some of these things because you already got the groundwork, and I want to address some of your questions and concerns. So quickly, again, the property is approximately 70 acres. The current applications, annexation and zoning with a development agreement. Future applications will include a preliminary plat, will include a development agreement modification, and any CUPs that are deemed desirable or necessary at the time. So there will be many future applications on this property and for this project. As staff mentioned, the future land use map designates this area for mixed use interchange along Chinden Boulevard and medium density residential. Currently, there is a storage site that has been constructed on Chinden, so that the larger picture is looking at the boundary, the southern boundary of that storage site, and that is what has currently been developed out here. We are excited to bring our property into the city of Meridian and see it developed within the city of Meridian's specific area plan and framework for this area. So again, here is the vicinity map. We have Coal Valley directly to the south, as discussed. The city of Star has been annexed just to the north side of Chinden. And the city of Meridian is growing into this area, into this specific area plan area as the sewer is brought out. As discussed, we are requesting 23.6 acres of commercial along Chinden and 47.81 acres of R8 medium density residential along as you move south that will integrate in with the school. As staff mentioned, we have provided design guidelines for the residential community. And they are consistent with the field sub-area plan. The conceptual elevations show single-family detached homes, single and two-story, which will reflect a modern farmhouse style, gable roof forms, board and batten accents, neutral color patterns. We've also provided a conceptual internal pathways and street network to reduce reliance on arterials and to plan for the connection with the school to the south and future development. This promotes walkability, internal trip capture between the school, residential, and commercial. We agree, and maybe I'll just stick with this for a moment because this is where I want to address Councilwoman Strader's concerns, Councilwoman Little Roberts' concerns. And so Councilwoman Strader asked, what are the pitfalls of this? And I'm here to say that I do not believe there are any pitfalls. We will be back before you for a development agreement modification for the commercial, where you will have discretion to approve a conceptual lot layout where we will closely follow the field sub-area plan. And we are not ready to develop that commercial yet. Really, none of this is ready tomorrow to be developed. And to the second question about the pitfalls in the sewer, the development agreement states that we will not be able to develop until sewer is ready. We understand that. And we have been in contact with Coal Valley School. Mr. Bottles has been in close contact with them. They do plan on developing. They are continuing to have to raise more money for their sewer extension. But we understand the timing of this. And the reason for an annexation now is because it's good planning. It's good public planning and good private planning. It helps as just the first step of multiple steps where we will be here again, but is the first step in implementing the city's comprehensive plan. It materializes and just puts a second layer of skin on it, which creates a more stable environment for investing for when we do our traffic impact studies. We know that the city sees this as residential, consistent with its comprehensive plan. So when we pay for those traffic impact studies and when we follow those, it creates a little more safety in the investment in this area down the road. So I would say that there are no pitfalls in annexing this right now. It is our commitment to the city that we see this developed within the city's framework, within the very carefully planned out specific area plan. And in fact, there is a risk to the 5B Holdings Group in annexing before cities or before services are available. Sewer is available in Star right now. So it is a risk to say we won't develop in the county. We won't do that. And we will wait until sewer gets brought closer or when we invest in bringing it closer. So with that, we agree with all of staff's conditions of approval. We were a part of the the specific area plan when it was adopted many years ago. We understand staff's desire for this to be a lower traffic impact area. We are voluntarily agreeing with those conditions. And so we agree with all of that. As staff mentioned, we would like to amend the final condition AF, which as written would require us to have a development agreement modification and preliminary plat application for both the commercial and the residential development. We believe that with the submittal of the building elevations, fencing, pathways, conceptual roadways, that a development agreement modification won't be necessary for the residential portion. We will still come through for a preliminary plat, have landscaping plans approved, have design review the conceptual elevations that we've provided, and any veering or any offset of those in any substantial form would require a development agreement modification. So with what we have submitted, though, we do not believe a development agreement modification is going to be necessary for the residential portion. We do agree and acknowledge to have a development agreement modification to put the next layer of skin on this, the next conceptual layout plan for the commercial. And we'll be back here to discuss that when it's time and when we know exactly what uses will be put in here. So we do agree with that. So again, our recommended changes to this conditional of approval would just to state that prior to any development of the property within the CN zone, the owner of the CN zoned property shall submit a DA modification to provide that concept plan consistent with the design elements in the field sub-area plan, comprehensive plan, and UDC. So with that, we believe that this is a great project integrated under the guidance of the specific area plan and would request your vote of approval with the condition as amended. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Council President Overton.
Councilmember Strader.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the presentation and you starting to address my concerns. I guess the scenario I'd be concerned about, I feel like annexation is the point at which the city has the most discretion to approve or deny a property coming into the city. And so we can determine if it's in our best interest. If we've already approved an annexation, then that discretion goes away. And so my concern would be, we've approved basically just the concept that you'll put residential on 2/3 of your property, and we've not seen a traffic impact study, any details. You have some examples of elevations, but it feels like a really low level of control where we're a city council that often cares about whether kids have a playground, if there are sidewalks. I can think of a number of items. So just help me get comfortable with your request to only have to come back to modify the development agreement for the CN zone. That just feels really tough to me. Thanks.
Council President and Councilwoman Strader, thank you. Yes. The residential development, I think you're right that any kind of really discretionary nature out of the residential development would be removed. So at that point, we rely on your very well crafted code to provide the type of amenities, the open space requirements, all of those things that make a complete neighborhood. And, you know, looking at, I think the main thing that we think can give you comfort is again, the elevations. You're not going to get, I know that this happened elsewhere. You're not going to get a three-story building. You're gonna get what we have shown you. And if we want anything else, anything different than what we have presented tonight, or if you want to see anything else and make that a part of it, I guess what we would rather have is maybe more specific conditions. If you wanted there to be a specific type of amenity in the subdivision. But so all that to say is I think we have shown what the subdivision will look like. And again, and then your discretion remains entirely with any of the commercial development.
Council President.
Councilmember Streeter.
Is that really true though? Because I want to give an example. So my understanding is there's been a change in state law, and now, like, for example, multifamily is potentially allowed as of right in any commercial zone, for example. So if I approved this annexation today, could I see, for example, a 6-story multifamily building in the commercial part of your development?
Council President, and Council Administrator, any development, whether it's permitted, whether we want to put in a library, anything will need to come through for a development agreement modification with a concept plan, and that is up to your discretion. Is a development agreement modification is the city council's discretion. So even though something is, and that's my understanding, you can ask staff if they agree with that. But that would be my answer, is that anything, even if it's principally permitted, even if it's the most advantageous desired use out here, like again, a library, would need a development agreement modification and would need your approval in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cavanagh.
Emily, well, thanks for the presentation. I read and watched the planning and zoning hearing a couple of times. I know you guys have been working really, really hard on this project. And I also want to begin because I've got a lot of questions.
Good.
But I want to begin, like, I have a lot of confidence that you and your organization could execute on an approval. So my concern is about there, but as you're well aware, council feels maybe they've been bid a couple of times, and we're much more particular about what an annexation is and where we grant it. So I'm going to ask a real high level question just to gain some insight from where you guys are coming from on this, and then they may dive into some additional questions. What's the rush?
Council President Overton, Councilman Kavner, as I said earlier, it isn't a rush. This is the first step in a long process. So as I mentioned, it's good public and private planning. It helps with the knowing where infrastructure is going to come. It helps all of the budgets and everything to see into the future. And it helps as a landowner and representing a landowner. It creates some shared agreement and some level of confidence. It creates one more level of confidence, one more step, one more level of confidence that this is how the city intends for this area to develop. So when we work with developers, when we work with commercial developers, particularly your residential developers, they can start seeing this site develop. Like I mentioned, investing in the area, knowing that it's already annexed into the city. And yes, you have more hoops to jump through. We've got a lot more applications, but it's the next step. It's a level of comfort knowing that, hey, we've seen your comprehensive plan. We agree with your comprehensive plan, and it helps that development process move forward.
Council President Overton.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Emily, you said, I wrote it down that, you view this as good planning. And I'm just going to share, I don't see it that way. And I kind of want to lay out why. And then maybe you can give me some, again, as an expert, maybe where my line of thinking is not correct. So again, what I'm seeing is, let's just begin with the sewer, which is a really, really big deal. In addition to, if this development would be approved, it likely would incentivize additional annexation requests that would come before us that may ask us to accelerate a timeline that I'm going to be really uncomfortable with. Because you've got schools that in that area that are already over capacity with a significant amount of students to come in that area. I don't look at approving an annexation that puts students in an overcapacity school, good planning. It's also going to put vehicles on roads that the highway district said Star Road is rated F. That's a big struggle for me to overcome. And McMillan, the hits just keep coming, is I think rated better than E, which is also not great. And so what I see is huge challenges that I hear from my boss. Kids in the classroom, cars on the roads are some of their biggest frustrations in an area that is going to be incredible one day. And I'm struggling to understand what the community benefit is for that good planning to approve an annexation tonight without the necessary infrastructure to support our existing neighbors that are in that area before we invite more development into that part of Meridian. So help me understand where I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And I really mean that because I am this one I don't think just being very frank, I don't think I've been more opposed to an annexation in a number of years, not because I don't think this is going to be great. It's because it's not the right time for something like this. So educate me, help me see from your guys' perspective.
President Overton, Councilman Kavanagh, I would never call you wrong, but here is genuinely how I believe it and how I see it. An annexation at this point before a preliminary plat gives all of those, the school district, opportunity to see what is coming down the road. We will not be developing homes in the next year, in the next 2 years, probably far out from there. So it gives us a further sight of vision. It extends the horizon of what the school district can plan for and see and understand. So I think this is, in some jurisdictions right now, is what they are doing is, or what they have proposed in some places is, if schools are at capacity, they put a pause on when the developer can start developing for 3 years. So it gives the school district a head start. It gives them a head start to see when development will actually come down the road. So this is actually, in my view, is actually perfect planning. And it's in fact some of what other jurisdictions are doing. It extends that horizon and lets them plan even further into the future.
Council President Overton, maybe just one more comment.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe two comments. One, you are welcome to tell me I'm wrong anytime. I really value a partnership, and it's with everybody that's here. You wouldn't be the first to tell me that I'm wrong. Second, you touched on something that I want to make sure that you're comfortable with, which is you're saying condition us, throw all the conditions you want. And I will tell you, as a council that has tried very hard to not be a heavy-handed council, to design a neighborhood, to say this must be here, that must be here, that is a slippery slope. And if that is truly what you're asking for, I think we can have a very large conversation, but I think that at least the level of conditioning that would need to come from me to satisfy an annexation approval may not be those types of conditions that you're going to be looking for. So I just urge some caution about inviting that. And I would urge caution for my colleagues on that. I don't think that that's how Meridian tends to function. We try to respond to what development community wants to bring to us with what meets the best interest of our community. So just I think some food for thought to consider is I'm happy to do that, but I worry that would be a complex and non-beneficial process for you, your client, and the council.
Councilman or President, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Kavanagh. And yes, I agree that we don't want to design a full project by conditions. That makes no sense. So I agree with you completely. My point more narrowed is if there is a specific element that you or a council member would like to have a conversation about, we're happy to discuss that. But as you mentioned, if yours is multiple pages, then that's not an appropriate way to design a project.
Maybe Councilmember Overton, just maybe a question then. Would you and your client accept a condition that we wouldn't issue a certificate of occupancy to any building until 2035?
Councilman, President, excuse me, Overton. Councilman Kavanagh, probably not. I would need to ask my client, 8 years to 9 years out. That's a long way
I agree.
away. So probably not would be my answer.
I figured as much,
Yeah.
but I think that's just a starting point of where I'm thinking about in terms of the long-term impact of this development in that part of Meridian.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Overton.
Councilman Taylor.
This might be a question for staff too, but is this property in the Meridian area of impact, or is it, where does it fall right now? And I don't, Emily, I'm not sure if that's a question for you, or maybe I'm looking at Nick to answer that question.
Council President, Councilman Taylor, that is correct. So it is in the field sub area plan. It does fall in our area of impact. Area of impact actually border is Chinden, north side of Chinden to Star Road. So this property would be essentially contiguous to Star Road or to the city of Star once this property is annexed up here. But yes, it is in our area of impact. It is contiguous to the Coal Valley Christian School to the south. Yes, it is in the field sub area plan, which is the northwesternmost portion of our city and really where our area of impact meets Star and Nampa. So that is correct.
Okay. Councilman Overton, just to follow up.
Councilman Taylor.
Emily, in your presentation, you talked about access to sewer from City of Star, that they had sewer there. I'm just curious, have you had conversations about getting access to sewer from Star? Has that been part of the discussion before that you've had? I'm just kind of curious why you would bring that up in sort of your presentation.
President Overton, Councilman Taylor, no, we have not discussed that with Star. We also manage property directly north of this in the city of Star, which is why we know that sewer is there. And the Star Sewer and Water District operates separately from Star. So we know that. And I guess I just bring it up as to say that it's a risk for us at some point to develop not knowing when sewer is going to be available. To the counterpoint of what was discussed earlier with Mr. Warren of Mr. Stewart of waiting, of we know that we're going to have to wait, and we won't be forcing the city's hand on that.
Councilman Overton.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, and I think I'm leaning a little bit towards what Councilman Kamner shared, and even the concerns that Councilwoman Strader shared about the lack of detail. I'm probably not as insistent on wanting to see a high level of detail. I know we've looked at applications before where they were big, they were kind of bubble concepts with the idea of coming back to bring in more clarity. And I see this as sort of saying, here's sort of how it's going to take shape. But I do agree, it's hard to, I'm actually a little bothered by the idea of not coming back with a development agreement for the residential. Like, it just seems trust but verify is what you're asking of us, and I'm not sure I'm there. But I'm not opposed to the idea of approving of concepts, but it seems so, in some ways, hypothetical about what you're suggesting to us. Like, it could take a lot of different turns, especially because we know the likelihood of dirt moving and things being built is down the road a little ways, right? You got to get the infrastructure there. And so we're a little ways away from that. How do market conditions change? What kind of interest is there? So I'm still looking for a little bit more of a compelling argument as to why it does make sense to approve this annexation with such a low level of clarity about plans. I'm not opposed to it because I have voted to approve other sort of bubble concept plans for in the city. But can you, and I don't think it's a perfect way to plan. I mean, we have our future land use map that gives people a sense of what we're looking for. And I see this as sort of halfway between future land use map and a more well thought out proposal. So I see what you're arguing in terms of this helps us get greater clarity, but it doesn't give us the kind of clarity that I'm not sure if council's quite there. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but maybe I could be. I'm still open to some more thought and input and testimony and discussion. But if you could help me revisit quickly, and this will be my last question, why would we not want you to come back with a development agreement on the residential? I know you talked about it. It wasn't clicking in my head. I don't understand why that is not a good idea. I don't want to give a bunch of conditions today. I think you should come back when you have more clarity of thought about that. So help me understand why you made that argument.
President Overton, Councilman Taylor, the argument is that we have provided enough information for you to know what that development will look like. The types of homes, the pathways, those sorts of things. And then on top of that, we will comply with any and all code. And maybe I'll also have staff speak to this because this is a condition that we've discussed a lot. I don't want to put words in staff's mouth. So maybe I'll have you say what we talked about on the phone the other day. And I know your condition has stayed the same, but there are other opportunities for you to continue to review this, for staff to review the preliminary plat, and to make sure that there are other avenues to make sure that this complies, the verification, as you mentioned. So I don't know, Nick, if there are other opportunities that you can speak to what you would be reviewing in the future.
Mr. President, members of the council, I want to help give you some clarity tonight as well. I think there's some things that we should help clear up for you tonight. I think it's important. So a couple things. Right now, Nick and I continually meet with applicants waiting for the sewer to get done. So I was very appreciative that Warren was here this evening giving you a timeline because they're waiting for that piece to get done, and they will have the ability to extend water and sewer to this area. Part two of tonight's discussion, and I want to thank the applicant for being here. They were also part of the Fields area sub-area plan. They worked in partnership with us in developing in that plan. And some of the concepts and goals in that plan speak to the city growing from the east to the west. That was our priority because we did not want to leapfrog. We knew that the Canada lift station was happening farther to the west, but we wanted to make sure we didn't start there and then grow to the east. We want to make sure that we start from the east and grow west. And as part of that plan, it says that the city, here's some of the recommended items that are actually highlighted in the plan for you, and I'm going to read them word for word for you. So it says favored development that proceeds east to west in approvals and entitlement decisions. The timing for that, 1 to 3 years. So the plan's been adopted, not very long. Here we are a couple of years later talking with you. We have pending applications that we're processing currently for that area that will open up additional infrastructure expansion. So just want to share that with you. And then part two of that recommended action was that we would coordinate with developer groups to insist in the creation of community infrastructure district, or alternatively, a local infrastructure district. So we've been talking with developers. They've been talking with Public Works. They've been talking with our community development director on coming up with a plan to facilitate the expansion of that infrastructure sooner rather than later. So as we're talking about this development tonight, I agree. The R8 looks, to me, it looks far enough along what we would envision. The roads are there, open space. We don't have lot sizes, but we can visualize what that could look like. That's why typically when we don't have all the information for the commercial, we have the applicant, our typical process is come back with a plan when you're ready. Now, the council, you still have the ability to say, staff, you're wrong. We don't think the R8 is far enough. Come back with a DA for all of it. But again, that is your prerogative for this evening. But for tonight, I think we're doing exactly what the plan wants us to do. We're trying to get this annexed. We're working with other developers. We're having those conversations to meet kind of these recommended actions that you set in policy for us to do. And though it seems far off in the distance, it's going quicker and going to happen a lot faster than we all realize. And so I just wanted to at least give you that context as you deliberate on this application tonight. We are doing what's expected. The unique piece about this is the sewer for this piece of property is actually coming from the west to the east, even though the plan tells us to go east to west. But I know Emily's group has been talking with that developer. So again, those are ongoing discussions that we need to have, and we will continue to work with our Public Works Department to come up with a solution.
Council President Overton, Council, just wanted to add a little more clarification as well, be a little more blunt, I think, to some of the comments from Councilman Kavner about traffic in schools. There's been discussions with properties to the west who are interested in developing sooner than then this parcel is interested and have had discussions with Star Water and Sewer District and the county and have had pre-applications with the county proposing to go to the county. So a little bit to the comments and the concerns that I heard expressed, this council body may not have an option to have input if that were to happen. And so to some degree, that's another important factor in the proper policy planning, long-term outlook for the city as we continue to look at what's best for the city and the community as well as our development partners. And so I want to thank staff and thank the applicant as well for having that foresight to some degree. But that is a risk that's out there that I think is important to put on the record that we've experienced and heard as well. And happy to answer any additional questions.
Staff, any additional questions? Emily, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up on this hearing?
Thank you, Councilman President. I have Josh Leonard.
Welcome, Josh. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much, Council President, Council members. Josh Leonard of the Clark Wardle Law Firm, 251 East Front Street, Suite 310 in Boise. As you probably know, our law firm, as a practice, doesn't oppose applications, and that's not what I'm here for tonight. I'm here to ask for additional information from this applicant. I'm going to echo a little bit. I'm going to jump off my prepared remarks and echo a little bit about what Council members Strader, Kavanagh, and Little Roberts have said tonight. This is a large area. This is a very, I like the term bubbly or bubble plan that you used without a lot of detail. In one instance in the staff report, table 4, I draw your attention to that. It has, I believe, 9 areas of information to be provided. And in 6 of them, it says to be determined with a future development agreement modification and preliminary plat. The only information that's provided there is the size of the acreage and the physical features that include the west tap lateral. The best question that was asked tonight, in my opinion, was what's the rush? It feels a little bit rushed. It feels like I don't know exactly as a member of the community what is planned for this area. And I'd like to know a little bit more. I also am concerned about the fact that there is a gap that's development dependent for sewer. Even though conversations have been going on, that type of a gap often leads to concerns and problems of the type that Councilmember Little Roberts mentioned. Again, as I stated at the outset, I don't oppose this application by any means. I have clients that I'm sure will benefit from this application. And ultimately, I think it should be approved. I just don't know that that time is now. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you, Josh. Madam Clerk.
Councilman President, no one else has signed up.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to comment on this application at this time? And if not, is there anyone online that would like to comment by using the raise your hand feature? Seeing nobody else wanting to comment, Emily, would you like to close?
President Overton and Council, thank you. The first thing that I will say is that I talked with my client and he is happy to do a DA mod for the residential. If that hopefully I believe would give the council the continued discretionary approval that they would like in the future. So the conditional change that I suggested, we are okay leaving it with as written by staff. The second thing that I would like to say is appreciated Mr. Leonard's comments, and I maybe missed at first who he represents. In the past, he has represented the storage facility user. The city did oppose that storage facility when it was developed. Again, developed totally outside the vision of the specific area plan. And part of my client's hope is to not let that happen again. To see this area develop as it was planned. And this is an important first step to implement it, not just for this parcel, but for the entire area. And I hope that that's received well. And again, my client's intention to see this area developed as the city staff has prepared. I was in this room when the specific area plan was adopted, and we want to see this. This was, said to be the last best area of the city of Meridian. We want to see that happen. And with a development agreement modification on the entire property, we will be back for discretionary approvals. And so that's what I will end with, and appreciate the opportunity. If anyone has any other questions.
Council, any additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council?
Mr. President,
Councilman Whitlock.
I don't know if you can go back to that very first slide for me again. When Emily first showed that, it jumped off the screen to me that the city of Star is highlighted there. And our only connection is from the south through Coal Valley Christian. The rest of the city of Meridian there to the east, we've got a nice highway that's going in there, and it's not contiguous yet, city of Meridian, with this property to the east of the property. I appreciate Mr. Miles' comment that there is a risk. I don't know how big of a risk. I don't know how easy it is for the city of Star to reach across Highway 26, Chinden Boulevard there. And but if conversations have been happening with other developers in this area, to me, that's a risk. I think this area is too valuable to put it at risk of being serviced by the city of Star or Star sewer and water. So again, I appreciate this depiction that's on the screen. I appreciate the additional conversation that we've had. I hope that we as a council will consider the risk of not doing something and moving forward. And that would be my answer to the question of what's the rush. I would like to avoid any risk of losing this access to this land and adjacent properties. So that's my 2 cents at this point.
Council President.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. President, colleagues, I'm kind of thinking along those lines myself. That's been when I saw the map pop up. I concur with Councilman Whitlock's kind of assessment regarding that. I've got a friend that recently moved just a little bit north and was given originally a Meridian address only to find out that that is not correct. So it is definitely some gray area. And I think by going ahead and doing the annex, it would prevent any gray area in that spot. That's just my concern at this point, but it doesn't sound like they're in a rush. I know they'd like to get things going, but it doesn't sound like they're in a rush to get things building because they can't. They understand they have to wait until they have sewer, water, et cetera. And so I think, and it sounds like we'll have plenty of opportunity to be part of those steps as things go along. So I would like to see us go ahead with this project.
Council, I haven't made any comments this evening yet to this point. And quite honestly, one of the issues I have, especially with our legislature just coming to a close, is I've discovered that my crystal ball is broken. And trying to figure out and determine what's going to occur and how it's going to occur for our city is many times not in our own hands. But I can't help but go back to some of the basics of this application, with one of the basic parts being that the landowner is a player at the table helping design how this area was going to be laid out. I don't think we're looking at somebody who's going to sell out to someone else. I don't think we're looking at somebody who's trying to come in from out of state and make a quick buck and get out of town. I think we're talking about somebody who's made major investments in this valley, major investments in our city. And I think you have to remember that as we look at this. There's a lot of unanswered questions. There are. Secondarily, and I do this a lot because I put a lot of faith in our subject matter experts, whether they're with Public Works or community development. To me, you guys are our ears and eyes of what's going on. And when you guys sit there and tell me how this is going to work, how it's going to play out, the only thing we don't understand right now is the time it's going to take to get these hookups connected. But this isn't a situation where the applicant's going to come back to us in 2 years and say, hey, where's my connection? Because you know, as of right now, that nobody in this room can guarantee the date that that'll happen. That date is uncertain. I think this is a very important corner of our city, and I surely would like to see it developed and maintained and serviced by the city of Meridian. I think we've talked about this area for a long time. And because of that, because of many different factors, I agree with the unknown. I appreciate the fact that we'll be looking at a DA mod on the residential. I think we deserve that. Quite honestly, I think the rest of the city deserves that, to be fair with other applications. I would stand at a point, I'd be supportive of this application moving forward.
Council President Overton.
Councilmember Strader.
I have some thoughts and a question actually for Bill Neri, if that's okay. So I appreciate the dynamic with Star. I had not thought about that too much, but I'm kind of struggling with accelerating a development that, in my opinion, is not at the stage of application where it should normally be for this step because of that dynamic. I don't know where I'm going to land on that. I do appreciate the applicant's offer of a DA mod on the residential. I think I would be an absolute no if it wasn't for that potential avenue. I guess my question for Mr. Neri is, what is the real risk of annexation by Star into our area of impact under state law? Like what would that look like? How would that process play out if there was a dispute? Or if there's a jump ball property that somehow is in between us? How does that work?
So, Mr. President, members of council, Councilmember Strader, there is nothing in the state code that prohibits a city from annexing into another city's area of impact. If they are contiguous and consensual, it's not only allowed, it's not even actionable by an opposing party or an opposing city that'd be against that. So there is nothing that prohibits it.
Follow up?
Councilwoman Strader.
And so hypothetically, even with approving this application, properties to the west of us could still annex into Star, right?
So, Mr. President, members of council, I mean, again, contiguity is going to be the key. So yes, I mean, some of those properties that are still adjacent to Star still have that potential. Some of it obviously is dependent on serviceability as well. But the contiguity is going to be the key for the things below those ones that are below Chinden. Would be more problematic for those because you need to get out more of that domino of having to get another one and another one to get there. So versus this would be adjacent to some of those.
Council President.
Councilwoman Strader.
And I apologize because this is going to take us down another rabbit hole. Would it be okay if we hear from Warren really quick on a question I have about that?
Councilwoman Strader, absolutely.
Thank you. So my question is, what is the geographic and functional viability of the city of Star actually extending their sewer line under Chinden Boulevard? In your opinion, just as a subject matter expert, what would be involved in them actually extending their sewer trunk line below, that major roadway?
Council President, Councilwoman Strader, it wouldn't be that hard. In fact, there's already a property to the west who has requested it. I think it's important for the city council to understand that the city of Star and Star Water and Sewer District are not the same entity. They are completely separate. And so Star Water and Sewer District can do what they want, even if the city of Star doesn't follow along. And Star Water and Sewer District has been asked to extend sewer and water underneath Chinden Boulevard to a property west of where we're talking about right now. And they have agreed to file an application to make that happen. They would just have to put a casing, they bore a casing underneath the roadway and slip the pipes underneath. We've done it multiple times on Chinden, and they could do the same thing.
Okay.
And they have already expressed that they would have no problem trying.
Follow up?
Councilwoman Strader.
So what, anytime that we're planning for sewer, and I know this because one of the first meetings I had when I was running for city council was to sit down with the planning director to really understand the importance of sewer trunk lines and what a huge investment it is. So we've made, I think, a pretty bold step of extending a sewer trunk line all the way down McMillan. And so we're doing that through some partnerships and stuff, and the city is taking on an enormous infrastructure burden and accelerating a plan that we actually had foreseen a couple of years down the line. What is the risk to us of putting that infrastructure in place and then potentially having properties to the west that we expected would be part of that sewer trunk shed, not part of it? Like, how does that refactor into our modeling and I'm not expecting you to model it right now today, but like, what would that mean for us? What would that scenario be like? And how would it play out long-term in terms of the viability of our sewer infrastructure in this area?
Council President, Councilwoman Strader, we have already, because of the circumstances that have occurred out there that we have become aware of, we have done a lot of that very exact modeling. So anytime you reduce or remove parcels from the sewer shed boundary that you set or your master plan boundaries, you remove a portion of that, you're removing a certain amount of flow, because we would have anticipated in our master plan that would have developed according to the comprehensive plan, and we would have factored that into the size of the main lines. So potentially, if we lost enough property, it would mean that the infrastructure that we have already invested in might be oversized and bigger than we need. And you might say, well, that's unfortunate. But the other thing that happens is the pieces of that line that haven't been built that will be extended will also need to be reduced in size. And anytime you reduce the size of a main line, you have to increase the slope of the main line in order to keep the effluent flowing correctly, the hydraulics in the pipe working. What that means is we can't reach as far without putting in another lift station. So if we lose enough property in the right locations, I can't tell you exact scenario because I don't know, which parcels it might be. But you could be looking at a situation where we would have to put in additional lift stations, which are extremely expensive, both to build and operate in order to serve areas that now don't have the sewer flows to justify the larger pipes that keep the elevations down and allow us to serve further out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warren.
Council President Overton.
Councilman Taylor.
Some of this discussion reminds me of a couple years ago, the boundary battles between Star and Middleton, and ultimately the legislature had to get involved to require them to redraw some area of impacts and boundaries. And I kind of see that a little bit happening here. I see this really, this is really the city of Meridian putting its flag down, saying this is a property that's important to us, important to how we want to grow and develop, and it's a high priority area, and it's going to grow incredibly quickly once Highway 16 is completed and there's going to be a ton of demand. I'm very concerned about school overcrowding. Usually I'm okay with that because of how West Ada adjusts the boundaries. This area is feeling quite a bit of a pinch. I really struggle with that. But I've also seen our enrollment trends going down, and I know West Ada has been continually adjusting that to accommodate as best that they can. I think West Ada has done an incredibly good job with that. This is an area that's going to just feel a little bit of pain when it comes to some overcrowding with respect to that. But I can support this tonight because I do think it's a high priority area. But I would require that the applicant come back with a DA modification for the entire property because I'm not convinced that we know exactly what it's going to look like despite all the input that is required, the field sub-area plan and everything else that we have in city code. So I'm not thrilled, but I understand why it makes sense as a strategic move for the city of Meridian. So I think I'll be supporting tonight.
Council President Overton.
Councilmember Strader.
I think that's where I'm shaking out. It really bothers me though. It really bothers me to kind of set up a lower bar for what I consider to be appropriate readiness for an annexation. I just think that the public investment in infrastructure that we've already made in our sewer trunk line that we're already extending down McMillan Road is of such a magnitude. And I actually was against accelerating some of that infrastructure at the time for some of these similar reasons. It really bothers me to accelerate infrastructure. However, we chose to do that already, and I respect that decision. And so for that reason, because I feel that the public investment would not be, let's call it the highest and best use of our taxpayers' money and our investment as a city, I will approve this with the condition being we have to have a DA mod on the entire thing. I think that's the only way that I could ever get comfortable. And it, again, with a lot of heartburn. And I agree that the overcrowding in the schools in this area is quite acute.
Mr. President.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. President, I appreciate that, and I would agree as well that we do need to have the applicant come back with a DA. And while there may be some heartburn, I have a level of confidence in this. I know that the applicant has been involved in this area for a long, long time and has an interest in seeing it developed properly. In fact, we're going to have a regional park in this area thanks to this applicant and partnering with the city of Meridian. So I don't have as much heartburn. There's some concern, obviously, but also a degree of confidence that this will be developed in time when the infrastructure is there and available. And it will be done in a way that that we'll have a chance to look at it and approve any development agreements moving forward. So I'll be supportive of this tonight.
Council, if there's no further comments, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor. Mr. President, sorry, I just promoted you. Mr. President, I move that we close the public hearing on agenda item number 16.
Second. I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor, and I want to make sure I get this right. So the condition, so I get it wrong again, Mr. President. I want to make sure that the
Councilman Whitlock.
conditions that were shown on the screen are included in the motion. Do you need me to read each of those or just that are included in the staff report?
Council President, Councilman Whitlock, this is as recommended by the commission and staff at this point. So this is what's in the report right now. If this is what you guys agree with, which does require the development agreement modification for the entirety of the site, that would be just as presented in the staff report.
Thanks, Nick. Mr. President,
Councilman Whitlock.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2026-0003 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of April 14th, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Thank you, Councilman President. Cavanagh,
No.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader. Whitlock,
Aye.
Little Roberts,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. 5 ayes and 1 nay. The motion passes. Council, we move on to number 17 on our list tonight. It's a public hearing for Van Trust H 2025-0052. Before we open this for staff comments, Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. President, before we go to staff comments, I live a stone's throw from these next two agenda items. I pass through the intersection of Black Cat and Franklin daily. So I'm very familiar with the area. However, I just wanted to disclose I have not had any visits to the applicant's site, nor have I had any ex parte conversations with anybody involved. I'm prepared to participate in the public hearing tonight.
Councilman Whitlock. I'll open it for staff comments.
Council President, members of the council, next item on the agenda is the annexation and UDC text amendment for Van Trust. And it is two separate applications. I will be doing it in my presentation as one, but I will break it up into the annexation first and then the UDC text amendment at the end. And I'll clarify that when I do make that transition. So the applicant requests annexation of 23.13 acres of land with a concept plan consisting of 6 buildings that span a total of approximately 340,000 square feet in the IL zoning district. In addition, the applicant requests a UDC text amendment to adjust the flex space standards to lower the office requirement from 20% to 10% in the IL zoning district. The site is generally located at the southwest corner of Black Cat Road and Franklin Road. And as shown on the screen, the existing zonings for the two properties is RUT in Ada County, and the flume designation is low-density employment and mixed employment. For this application, the applicant did request that we view the entirety of the project as the low-density employment flume designation, as it is the majority of the flume designation for the two properties. All right, so the low-density employment designation is defined as low-rise and specialized employment areas. The intended uses for this designation include corporate or business offices, research facilities, and laboratories. In addition, it should be designed to incorporate traditional neighborhood design such as pedestrian circulation, connection to open space, enhanced landscaping, tree-lined streets, and plazas. The intent behind this is to create developments that are more attractive, engaging, and accessible. So the applicant, and this is the 10-mile plan. This is straight from the 10-mile plan. On the right-hand side is really the low-density employment description. And then here on the left-hand side is one of the zoning compatibility matrix, which in this, it does say office and research as the uses that would be envisioned under the low-density employment. So the applicant is proposing 340,000 square feet of industrial uses across 6 buildings. The applicant's narrative states that the proposed uses include light manufacturing and assembly, flex space, and warehousing and distribution. The applicant estimates over 575 jobs or 1.91 jobs per 1,000 square feet will be created. In addition, the applicant argues that the project aligns with the low-density employment designation due to higher employment density, non-nuisance-like uses, and enhanced design. Lastly, the narrative notes that the city of Meridian and the general region has vacancy rates under 5% for flex spaces. So staff has met with the applicant multiple times over the past year to review the project, and throughout these discussions, staff has consistently stated that the annexation cannot be supported without a concurrent comprehensive plan map amendment. This position is based on the project's inability to meet the allowable uses within and the key design elements of the low-density employment designation. The commission and staff found that the applicant's proposal does not align with the intended uses in the low-density employment designation and lacks the traditional neighborhood design that is called for. I would like to add that the applicant did make some changes since the commission hearing. They're going to highlight that a little bit more in their report to try to address specifically more of the design elements rather than the uses. The applicant will show that a little bit more in their report as far as in depth. In addition, the 10-mile interchange specific area plan envisions a transition from residential uses east of Black Cat Road to an industrial node near State Highway 16. Staff notes that mixed employment and low density employment designations are limited along the Black Cat and Franklin corridors, including this project. The IL zoning currently comprises of approximately 54.15% of the low density employment flume designation and 61.28% of the mixed employment flume designation. With industrial uses taking over these flume designations, staff has concerns that the area will lack key elements of the plan, including office and employment uses, supporting services. In addition to this, it adds a significant amount of truck and freight traffic onto the Franklin, Black Cat, and 10-mile corridors that were not initially contemplated when the plan was adopted. So here's an overlay image of all of the approvals that we've had in this area. Anything that's shown on the map is existing, but anything that's actually highlighted, so pretty much this area is what's been entitled. Anything highlighted in orange is what has been built. Highlighted in yellow is the applicant's proposed site, and anything that's not been highlighted is yet to be constructed. The overlay depicts approximately 2,284 residential units and 4,318,360 square feet of commercial and industrial space, most of which has not been constructed yet, and we have not realized the traffic impact of that yet. So staff is asking the council to carefully evaluate whether the continued expansion of the IL zoning into the low density employment and mixed employment flume designations is appropriate. I'll go back to their site plan. So access to the site is proposed from a future collector street near the southern portion of the site and a shared access off Franklin Road with the western neighbor, which is Butte Fence. In addition, the applicant has stubbed a frontage road to the property to the east to allow for cross access in the future, and that would be right here. So in early February, ACHD had indicated to the applicant that they determined the only access to Franklin would be the shared access with Butte. So that did significantly change the applicant's concept plan. They actually had two small bay industrial buildings up here that would more have met the intent of the plan, but since they didn't have access, they felt that the feasibility of those buildings would not be possible, and I'm sure that they will go into that a little bit more with theirs. So when staff learned about this, obviously the plan changed in February for the applicant, and staff shared a lot of the same concerns that ACHD did, and ultimately with ACHD's recommendation to only allow for that shared access point, it did change their concept plan significantly. ACHD staff report indicated that the anticipated trip generation is 1,119 vehicles per day for this development. So staff agrees that there may be a strong market demand for industrial uses, but this 10-mile specific area plan specifically says the intent of the plan is to create a place that will add long-term economic stability for the city of Meridian and not just respond to immediate forces and trends. So that's the annexation portion. I'm going to move on to the UDC text amendment, and then I'll add a summary of the commission hearing at the end. So the applicant is proposing to amend the flex space standards to lower the office requirement in the IL zoning from 20 to 10%. The applicant asserts that this change would better align with the current market conditions and would remove an existing barrier to leasing flex space in Meridian. Staff is currently working on a broader code change amendment to address the flex space standards, which were most recently adopted by the City Council in June of 2025. Staff has informed the applicant that the comprehensive code change is being developed to address inconsistencies with the newly adopted standards. And one of that is that percentages don't add up to 100% in the current standards. And that's something staff's working on changing so that there is a complete code that is cohesive. However, the applicant did elect to proceed with the proposed amendment. The commission and staff do not support the proposed UDC text amendment, as it would have implications beyond this individual development. While the applicant notes that flex space vacancy rates in Meridian are critically low, they also contend that current flex space standards present a barrier to leasing, and staff finds this to be a contradictory statement. Additionally, within the IL zoning district, warehousing is a permitted use that already allows an office component up to 10%. Adoption of the proposed flex space amendment would perpetuate inconsistencies in the code, including percentages that do not total 100%, and would effectively allow flex space to function identically to warehousing in the IL zone. Staff agrees that revisions to this section of code are warranted. However, the applicant's proposed amendment is narrowly focused on a single development and does not adequately consider citywide impacts. Staff has met with the UDC focus group to discuss proposed revisions for the flex space standards, and we will be presenting these changes to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council later this year. So at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, the commission recommended denial of both applications due to the site not meeting site design standards, the absence of a comprehensive plan map amendment, and wanting staff to lead the UDC text changes rather than a developer for a single development. We have received written testimony from the Thruston family since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, and they are in support of the proposal, as their property is one of the properties included in the concept plan, and they would look to move forward with the sale of their property. In addition, they said the existing home will likely be wiped out with the future expansion of Franklin Road. Overall, they are in support of the project, and I'll stand for any questions that you guys have at this time.
Council, any questions for staff?
Council President.
Councilmember Strader.
Hello. So with this one, would you mind going to the Black Cat map that shows, yes. Could you just zoom in a little bit on this property and walk me through what we've approved in this area? And part of it is my gut after reading the application is like, of course, we should consider a comp plan amendment for this area. If this is a burgeoning industrial corridor, which it appears to be, maybe that, I mean, we've always said we're underweight industrial as a city, like that, like just stepping way back. But could you kind of walk me through, like, what have we approved? Have we approved residential here? Like, let me understand what exactly has been approved in these surrounding contexts for this property.
Council President, Councilwoman Strader. So you just want me to highlight all the projects that are shown on here? Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure you weren't focusing on one section of it. So I'll start in the northeast corner. So this is the gateway at 10 Mile, mixed use development. You have multifamily, some vertically integrated and commercial uses. Then it goes into Outer Banks, I believe is what it's called. You have commercial uses, a lot of which that have already been constructed out there with more multifamily behind it. Then you have the district at 10 Mile, which is a large mixed-use project that does include multifamily, retail, some office and employment. Then you have Vanguard Village, which you'll probably see an amendment to that, but this was approved for multifamily. You have an Adler project. I don't remember the name. It was included, I think, in the district at 10 Mile, which is industrial. And then you have Farmstone, which is mixed employment, which is industrial uses, some industrial with some quasi-industrial uses. And then you have Avani subdivision, which is single family homes. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but I want to say roughly around 300 single family homes. You have AT Industrial or Black Cat Industrial. Meridian Commerce Park has several different names that's over the years. Roughly, I think, 2.5 million square footage of industrial IL zoning. You have Cora, Maine, which you guys saw last year, I want to say, which is they did a comp plan amendment to be mixed employment, which would allow for some industrial uses, and it is an industrial use. And then you have the Van Trust property, and you'll see a lot more coming. And I one thing just to add on to that is we do have a lot of industrial out here. The trunk line in McDermott will be at Ustick at some point, in the next year or so, I think. That agreement has been signed and executed, and I know Toll Brothers is working on that. And there have been other conversations with applications that aren't in the system yet to bring it further down. So this industrial area is possible to have sewer at it, not in the direct future, but, in the near timeline of the next 5 years, I think is realistic. And just to give you some backsight, that there is a lot of general industrial just to the west of this that hasn't developed yet, that will develop as general industrial. And that's, yeah.
Quick follow-up.
Councilmember Strader.
Do you view there being any unique risk to having so much industrial or a certain amount of industrial develop in this area? I mean, I would view it as a good thing just generally, but I just want to understand, is there something I'm missing? Is there, besides that, like, I totally do not understand why this was the approach, and it seems like a comp plan amendment makes way more sense, but help me understand that piece. Like, is there something I'm missing where, like, besides, I understand the 10-mile plan, believe me, I was a big proponent of it and had held firm to it for a long time, but we've departed from that anyway. And so what is the risk of a comp plan amendment in creating a larger industrial corridor here? Or is there one?
Yeah, Council President, Councilwoman Strader, for one, I think traffic is going to be freight traffic in particular. I know State Highway 16 will connect and have an on-ramp on Franklin. But a lot of these roadways, especially 10-mile, I think is better than E as it currently sits. And when you introduce freight traffic that was not initially intended in the area, that does negatively impact, commuter cars, the everyday driver, because freight traffic does slow down the roads. It congest intersections at a rate that I don't remember the exact. I talked with our long range staff. They have a little bit more of the statistics, and I can find that for you if you would like, as far as what the addition of freight traffic. But I think that's what staff kind of wants to hear from you guys tonight as well. I think if city council does want to see some more industrial in this area, and the mayor, I think that's feedback that maybe not with this application, but I think that is something that I would want to hear as a staff, because a 10-mile plan doesn't necessarily contemplate that. But if that is the kind of the direction we want to go in the future, I think that not only is it beneficial for staff to know that, I think it's beneficial for the development of community, so we can plan be a good partnership with the city and, the private sector to really do what we want out here, what you and the mayor has envisioned for this area. So as far as, long-term impacts, I think it's one, not being consistent with the plan is obviously part of staff's recommendation for tonight, and commissions. I think that traffic is one of the largest ones as far as unintended freight traffic that wasn't initially, contemplated with the plan. In their plan, they do have a lot of loading docks. So there's obviously going to be a lot of freight traffic that, with a mixed employment, I guess mixed employment and low density employment was kind of envisioned to be Silverstone. That's what it was in the original. I think when the plan was intended, I think it was more of kind of an office park. Obviously, economics have changed, demand has changed. I hear it every day when I'm talking with the development community. There's not the demand for office anymore that there once was. And I think that, the plan, it still calls for it. And I think that's where we need to find the balance and maybe get feedback from you guys as well to see if this is the direction we still want to go with the 10-mile plan, and if this is how we still want to interpret the code or the plan and the code, or if we want to, amend some of that to align better with what we really have envisioned. So I hope that answers your question. If you have any more, I'm happy to answer them. But that's really from staff's perspective, that's where we're at this point. Correct.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Cavanagh.
Nick, first, appreciate the report and the update. I always recognize, always in a hard spot for staff to be in recommending denial. And I know that's not where you guys like to begin, and recognize council's decisions sometimes create some of that push and pull that comes from the development community. And I've been responsible for some of that. So apologies. Appreciate you working with us. Your comment about, the impact on industrial around traffic consideration. I think that's very apropos in that area. It's not the first time that you've heard me rally about the challenges with Black Cat. If I recall, Nick, the Black Cat industrial project the council approved 2 years ago, if I recall, limited their growth model based on the expansion of Black Cat. Am I remembering that correctly? And I don't expect you to have that off the top of your head, but maybe as we get closer to wrapping up, if you could give council a flavor for what the decision was of the council when that decision was made, because I do think that it certainly would be unfair and appropriate to limit one landowner's ability to grow in industrial while granting a very similar use to go on. So I think that's an important piece that we need to probably consider before we make a decision. So that's one. And then I think second, I recognize hypothetically, I think that this area does make more sense now for industrial than maybe what has been previously contemplated. So just one voice to share with that. And then maybe a third, just to make sure that I'm tracking this correctly. I don't know where council is going to land on this. I don't know where I'm going to land on this, but if council were to want to move forward with an approval this evening, we couldn't necessarily take that action this evening. We would need to continue at a later time for staff to draft findings for council to be able to lean on as part of their approval process. Am I tracking everything correctly?
Yeah, Council President, Councilman Overton, start with your last question. Yes, we would need to do findings and we need to revise the findings and have conditions of approval. I do have some draft conditions of approval, but I would want to, work with the applicant before the hearing, so we were on the same page, or at least, we were on the same page on maybe what we're not on the same page about. So when we go into the hearing, so yes, to cite that, yes, we would need to, I think continue is the correct, that would be my first time doing that, but yes, in this role. But for your first question, you're correct. Meridian Commerce Park, AT Industrial, I think it was 960,000. I'm very familiar with this area now. I've done a lot of the industrial projects out here. But 960,000 was their square footage before it triggered certain improvements. And I want to say it was 1.5 million. That's triggered additional improvements. And I can pull up that DA and I can read that off for you guys verbatim in a little bit, and maybe after we hear from the applicant, so you guys are refreshed on that. But they were correct. In that development agreement, there were thresholds that were placed on that development as far as once you hit a certain occupancy threshold. So not maybe necessarily construction threshold. It was placed on occupancy of those buildings. You have to do it triggers certain improvements to the roadways. That is correct. And I apologize. Your second question was, I think it was more of a comment. Okay.
Mr. President, just a comment and appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Would the applicant like to come forward? Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening, council. My name's Chris McCluskey with Van Trust. Address is 205 North, 400 West, Suite 100, Salt Lake City, 84003. Before we begin, could I request from the council to additional allotment of time? We've got quite a bit to cover, so we wanted to go to 20 minutes in lieu of the 15. Is that approvable?
Council
Let's shoot for
President.
15, and we'll judge it at the 15 mark.
That works. Wonderful. Well, again, my name is Chris McCluskey with Van Trust. I run development for the Northwest and will be the lead on this project.
Councilman President, sorry to interrupt. I think he's asking for that additional time because it is two applications.
Yes.
Kind of combined, just to clarify.
Because we're doing both the UDC amendment and the.
Sorry.
Thank you for keeping me
Thank you.
straight.
You're welcome.
Thank you, team.
20 minutes is approved. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Again, Chris McCluskey with Van Trust. I think I wanted to start out a little bit, talk about sponsorship. As the council considers these projects, obviously that's one of the large components. And so since 2010, Van Trust has developed over $8 billion worth of total project cost, of which equals about a little over 73 million square feet. This year, we're projected to do about 1.2 billion across the country, of which 95% is industrial flex products. So we obviously have a little bit of history with the product type that we're proposing here today. And we're excited to be a part of the community. So we look forward to this being our flag in Idaho and being in this location, hopefully, barring approval, obviously. But with that being said, I would want to introduce our land use counsel, Deborah Nelson. She's going to give you a little more depth on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. We'll try to keep it as tight as we can to cover everything that we want to cover. I think you've already heard the overview of the applications. I'll just note additionally that we are also going to, Deborah Nelson, 601 West Bannock Street for the record. But we're also going to come forward with a preliminary plat and a design review application in the future. We're here on the annexation and zoning and the code amendment in large part because we do need the council's direction because we haven't seen eye to eye with staff yet on the use. And so before we go through a lot of those detailed designs, we do need information from you about whether this is a use that you support in this location. So Nick already covered the project overview, but I just want to touch on a couple of things that we are going to have these two different product types. Both of them allow multi-tenant use. So the medium format shallow bay has sizes that are as small as 18,000 square feet And the micro bay flex will have sizes down to 2,700 square feet. So this flexibility allows Meridian to attract and keep employers because these businesses can stay in their space even as they grow. That demisability of space is really what's in demand by employers. We're not providing any of the large cross bay type warehousing and distribution, such as what you'd see with an Amazon. That's really going to be located in your general industrial area to the west of this site. We expect that these 6 buildings will support 30 to 40 small to medium businesses with clean, quiet, indoor, non-hazardous, light industrial uses that provide that specialized employment. Nick's already noted that the majority of the site is in the LDE designation, and we've asked to use that consistent with your comprehensive plan that allows you to use the majority of the property. And so next I want to turn to some of the questions and comments that have already come up, and why do we believe that the 10-mile plan as it is drafted now supports the IL zoning without a comprehensive plan amendment. That amendment from LDE to ME, which are just 2 different designations within your employment district, isn't necessary to support IL zoning. Both of these designations could support IL zoning, and that's shown here in the zoning district compatibility matrix. So it's exactly on point to what we're asking is which zones are compatible with these designations. Both the LDE and the mixed employment support industrial. And importantly, the LDE designation is noted as favorable in this for IL zoning. You can see with the check and the plus that we've highlighted here, and it's consistent with that. Also, the city has already decided to interpret its plan that way, and that's what you did exactly on the 200 acres to our south. And the Black Cat Industrial Project, you interpreted this to allow IL zoning without a comprehensive plan amendment. And so we followed in that same path that you outlined. The type of uses that we are asking for here are the same types of uses that were contemplated there. So not only from the zoning that we're requesting, but from the end use that we're requesting, it's contemplated those are allowed uses in the IL zone, and they're appropriate for this site in this designated area. Fundamentally, staff's concern that they've expressed to us throughout a lot of discussions, and we really appreciate all of their time that they have spent with us on this application. It's been very involved, and the topics that they've been concerned about have really focused on that end use. They have wanted that more traditional office and understood that to be what was originally anticipated here. And so they wanted us to pursue a comp plan change to ME to support ME zoning. ME zoning does not work for our uses and the end product that we want, similar to the property to the south. It doesn't include warehouse and distribution as allowed uses, which just adds additional hurdles for tenants that makes the project unfeasible. So again, we want the IL zoning that is contemplated here in this employment designation. We're also consistent with the description of the LDE area. It's the right conceptual fit. The ME designated area tends to have a little bit more of that traditional office park look, also larger buildings in scale. And we are going to provide that specialized employment that it has the flexible spaces with the convenient circulation without retail. We will have the landscaping. We will have pedestrian circulation and the connection to gathering spaces. We meet the description of the types of buildings that are contemplated in LDE better than the description of the types of buildings that are contemplated in ME. LDE has these lower profile buildings. They're 5 to 150,000 square feet. They have a floor area ratio of under 0.75, and they're 3 stories or lower. all of those criteria describe our buildings. Contrast that with ME that has up to 4 stories, up to 1 million square feet, and over the 0.75 floor area ratio. And so we're more compatible with the type of buildings that were anticipated for the LDE designation as well. Looking at the design elements in your 10-mile plan, we meet the designations, whether it's LDE or ME, because they're virtually the same. LDE has one additional design element that we also meet, and that's that the buildings are to scale. Again, that's consistent with that low-rise building that's contemplated, not the taller, larger buildings. We meet all of these design elements with architectural and facade. The site will have the cohesive signage and public art, and I'll describe a little bit more of that. Here are some concepts of the buildings. Now, again, this will be reviewed in more detail during design review, but wanted you to see some concept images of the 2 medium format shallow bay buildings. These will have multiple points of vertical and horizontal articulation to break up the facades, pedestrian scale entrances to each tenant space, and significant glazing along the Franklin and the new Collector Road to create that inviting appearance. The small loading docks are oriented to the interior of the site, limiting visibility to adjacent properties. And here you can see some of those micro bay flex buildings, also with significant architectural differentiation in the facades and glazing with that pedestrian scale entrance. On the open space, as Nick mentioned, we have continued to make improvements to add additional details to address staff's questions and concerns about this. And some of this has even been updated since the Planning and Zoning Commission, so we appreciate staff's willingness to continue to meet with us and work on that. Each building will have a gathering space for employees with hardscaping, landscaping, and seating. There will be public art placed at the site's entrance. A pathway will run along the east side of our site. This was requested by staff to provide that connectivity from Franklin down to the new Collector. We will also have 10-foot wide multi-use pathways along both sides of that east-west Collector, and additional sidewalks and crosswalks will be throughout to provide that connectivity between the employment in the users and their gathering spaces. And here you can see some of the plaza imagery for concepts of what the plaza and seating area elements may look like here. And signs will have cohesive sign guidelines consistent with Van Trust's industrial complexes and other locations, and as called for in your 10-mile plan. The Collector Road will have that neighborhood feel that really pulls together some of the elements in the traditional neighborhood and called for in your plan, with the landscaping, the detached 8-foot landscape buffer, a 10-foot multi-use pathway on each side, and just 2 lanes of traffic there. ACHD provided preliminary comments on this. They'll provide additional details when there's a detailed development plan, but they commented that we could not take access from Franklin, and Nick mentioned that they preferred it to be from Collector. They cite to the 10-mile plan as one reason, which says it prohibits access onto arterials, so that's part of the city plans. They also look at their own access policies to determine that, and they prefer to have access off of the lesser traveled road. That did require us to make some site plan changes, which we have done now. But they also noted that the area roadways currently meet ACHD's level of service planning thresholds, and ACHD does plan to widen Franklin to 5 lanes next year, which is before this project would come online. And the site is served by transit. Also wanted to call out some differences between light industrial traffic and office. In general, light industrial has slightly lower trip generation than office, but I think the important thing really to call out is that light industrial tends to have dispersed times of operation more so than office. Office workers tend to have that more typical 8 to 5, which really impacts the peak hour travel times. And light industrial has more dispersed times, and so has lower impact on those peak hour intersections. The economic impact of the project is strong, and I may, move through these slides pretty quickly and would just take questions, of course, if you want more of it, because you're already aware of that. And based on the preliminary comments, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we do want you to know that we think that this is a very valuable asset of employment in this employment district as called for in your 10-mile plan and is in need in your city. We're attracting the types of businesses that need this flexible space, that need this type of shell. At office or light industrial, it's really all about the type of shell that you're attracting those employers, and this is the type of product they really need. The targeted tenants for this type of zoning and this type of product that we're delivering are in some of the Valley's top industries that are still growing and need space. Construction, manufacturing, wholesale trade, and transportation and warehousing. And unlike office employees, these jobs are in hands-on industries. So they're less susceptible to being replaced by AI. They're more sustainable jobs for the future. These same industry sectors support good wages, with average wages ranging from $29 to $38 per hour, exceeding Meridian's current $24 an hour average. City staff has really been pushing more to have a traditional office park here, so we want to talk a little bit about that. You do have a lot of other office that's developing in the city around Eagle Road and 84, and also around 10 Mile and 84. But in these locations are serving this new office better because Class A office, the demand for it and the locations that they're desiring has really changed. They're not desiring this type of location that we have on our property anymore. They want to be in a mixed-use development where they've got commercial, where they've got residential integrated into that same site. They typically want to be at these larger interchange areas. And so that's where you're seeing office going. The district at 10 Mile and 84 is a great example of those kinds of mixes that are going in there. And that's really different from what we have here. We are in an area that has become this light industrial transition between the heavier industrial that's to our west and the mix of uses that's to our east that includes that office, that includes that residential, and includes some lighter industrial as well. And with the uses that are immediately adjacent to us, we have the same types of products that we're providing, and we have even some that have outdoor storage. This is a great location for us. We're compatible with those uses. This is not a great location for a traditional office park. That is not going to be sought after by development or successful in attracting tenants. Meridian Crossing to our south is leasing up very quickly in the same types of product, and there continues to be high demand. They're bringing in great employers with St. Luke's, Crescent Electric, Carpenters Union. Those same types of employers are still looking for location in Meridian, particularly as the supply chain industries supporting the Micron expansion are continuing to come to the valley. So TOK Commercial did compile existing listings and to look at what's out there. And there are 24 flex spaces currently available in Meridian in a range of sizes, but 33% of these are over 25,000. And that large format product really dominates the available supply. TOK data shows that zero leasing activity in that size category that's available. But contrast that with small bay supply that's being absorbed really fast. The 0 to 10,000 square foot is 37.5% of the listings, but faces the highest transaction volume. So this project, Small Bay, really does address that demand that's shown in this red box here. This is the size range where Meridian tenants are actively seeking space. And I think that's a good opportunity to turn to a question that was raised by Councilmember Strader about talking about what has been approved in the area. So of the 4.3 million square feet that Nick highlighted as being approved in this immediate area, Much of that is commercial, not industrial. So that's just looking at the non-residential space. So just under half of that is commercial. So if we look at the industrial, these are largely in 3 projects. You've got Adler's 10 Mile West project, which I would note is zoned ME. And it also has a development agreement that says it cannot have flex, warehouse, or distribution. So it does not compete with this site or with the development to our south. That's a different project and a different product. Secondly, you've got Farmstone Crossing, which Nick highlighted, also zoned ME. Doesn't have the same development agreement restrictions, but it makes it harder. It adds those additional hurdles because you don't have warehouse and distribution as allowed uses. And then you've got the AT or Black Cat Industrial Project to our south, and that is continuing to lease up very quickly, and there continues to be high demand there. I do want to just touch on the code change briefly. We don't need to spend a lot of time on this. I know you guys are already familiar with the change that was passed for the ME zone. We're simply asking for the same change here. We appreciate that staff is working on a larger code change. They didn't have language that they were willing to share with us at this time. So we just need to make sure that we're also putting before you a request for that change that has been made in the ME district to be made in the IL district, where it's as if not more important to have this flexibility in how office space is aligned. And again, we appreciate that they're thinking about how this fits into your larger code and making adjustments as needed to make sure that all of the uses add up to 100%. We just want to make sure that we've got flexibility in how office is structured. And in these types of spaces, you could have floor plans that have significant walls that are built to house office type spaces, or you could have an open floor plan that has workspaces that have no walls. And there isn't really a clear way of defining that. So what we're looking for is flexibility and how these spaces can be built out, because that is driven by the tenant. And whether they have walls around their workspaces or not does not change the value of that employer or the number of employees they have. And so all we're looking for there is flexibility. So for all of these reasons, we really appreciate your consideration of this, your support for industrial that you've offered in the past in this area, and really would welcome questions you have for us about this project or how it fits within your 10-mile plan. Thank you.
Council, any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Schrader.
Oh, thank you, Council President Overton. I appreciate it. So just initial thoughts, I think it's what I'm struggling with is the method with which you go about annexing in. And I think where I'm struggling a little bit is I'm sensing this unwillingness. I mean, you said you're unwilling to do a comp plan amendment into the ME zone. Are you open to a comp plan amendment into industrial, I guess would be my question to you. And not that necessarily that should be driven by you, by the way. I mean, I think it might make sense for the city to talk and have a discussion about whether we want to amend our comprehensive plan to expand our industrial corridor, just based on what we're seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
The traffic impacts are a big deal. I don't want to gloss over that. That's a big concern for me, but I'm struggling with an annexation request, and then to make this work, you're requesting a UDC text amendment that really specifically is tailored toward your application. And I just, as a city, I hate for us to go about any UDC amendments in that manner.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels really inefficient and not like the right way to do things. If the city was willing to consider amending our comp plan, would you be willing to take a continuance to let that process happen? Are you asking for just, this is the only way this works for you today? Like, what's your sense of timing? I just want to understand what's your timing and why this specific approach, because it just seems really out of the norm.
Council President, Councilmember Strader, yes, I'd be happy to address that. So we've had a long history of meetings with the staff about this project. In our early meetings with staff, we laid out this product. We haven't changed in what we want to bring forward and what we want to bring to this site. But we did talk to staff about design elements and that they wanted to see, and also the uses and the process. And they did not get supportive of the uses, right? They wanted a different use here. They did initially suggest at some of our very earliest meetings that we would need a comp plan amendment to industrial, because that's what we were asking for, was industrial. But then we followed that up with a question of, but would you support industrial, a comp plan change to industrial? And the answer was no, because that led us to an end use. So it didn't, facilitate getting us down the path. More recently, they've been talking about an amendment to the ME, but again, coupled with the question and answer, but would you support this? And we understood the answer to be no, that it was still about the use, that staff didn't support the use. And so initially we had the time to do that. But now as time has gone on, as you know, to change the comp plan is a 6 months, only every 6 months. So it does create time delays. And so when we look at your plan, so we don't have staff support for that process, and we just need to find out if the use is going to be allowed here for the developer to move on or try this site. We look at your 10-mile plan, and we see that IL zoning is clearly allowed in your zoning matrix. And so it doesn't require a comp plan. So it felt fruitless to us, and really, I guess, not even following staff's direction to pursue a comp plan amendment to pursue a use that they didn't support, when we can see in the comp plan that it is already part of your designation. I mean, you guys have already decided this is an employment district, right? You've put LDE on it. So if LDE supports IL zoning, why would we ask you for a different designation? Why would you ask you to change your vision and plan for the area? So it didn't feel like fruitful for you or us or staff, because we were still going to come forward with the same product. So I do understand that they have continually suggested different paths of this, but not to an end of an approval. So, and even at the P&Z, we had the same conversation. And I think, we heard a few different comments from staff that we questioned about, well, at one point they said, okay, it's really become about design, but by the end of it, they circled back to, no, we just fundamentally, don't support this use in this area. And so, again, we didn't take a continuance. We need to get the direction on whether this use in this zone is appropriate here as we see it being allowed in your plan. And at this point, it would be another delay to get there. So we'd rather not pursue process for process sake. But if it came with, supporting this, we certainly would have been aligned with that. We weren't trying to thumb our nose at that opportunity if we knew that was an opportunity. Does that answer your question?
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, it certainly helps to give some flavor for the discussions. Thank you.
Councilman Overton.
Councilman Taylor.
Deb, I appreciate the presentation. Kind of what I'm hearing is that as a city, in some regards, we've lost a little bit of a vision of what this area, what we want it to look like. We had the 10-mile area specific plan. I'm probably the most guilty of any council member of chipping away at that because I found it to be a little outdated. But there's a reason we have plans, because it provides us with some understanding about what we want to see, and that provides you with some clarity. But what we've created is a sense of you're trying to work within what we've laid out, which is at conflict with itself in a little bit. I'm probably one of the biggest proponents of flex space, because to me, that creates a sense of economic diversity where you can tailor a space for a variety of needs. Office space tends to cater to just a certain type of employer. Retail tends to just obviously cater to that. I see flex space kind of touching all of the above and a lot of flexibility. I want to kind of get into the UDC changes a little bit and talk about the 10% we've mentioned. I've always felt that requiring a certain percentage of it was an arbitrary number, and I always wanted data to kind of confirm it. But there's a reason we have a minimum standard, because we don't want these places to turn into just warehouses, right? We want employment there. We want people to go there for jobs. We want to see some diversity there. Can you talk a little bit more about the changes that you want to see us make? Why 10% seems to be the number that you're settling on? If it's just kind of syncing up with what we've already got. And I would also say, I think that the city needs to continue this conversation. I know staff is about what we want to see with the flex space, because I want to see a lot more of it, because we can see it in these industrial spaces. We can also see this in other settings where it fits in really well. We've seen a few other projects. There are some small flex space that are really quite attractive, but can you talk to me a little bit more about that 10%?
Yes, Council President, Councilmember Taylor. Yes, first of all, I would just comment that the sequence of this, and this gets to Councilmember Strader's comment before, if we weren't ahead of where the city was in that process, we'd happily weigh in at the city when the city is amending their code. But we were ahead of that game. And as I mentioned, we don't know yet if staff is going to address the light industrial zone at that time. So it is appropriate for this application, or needed for this application, and supports it. And so we wanted to make that request for you. If you want to defer that to have that be a larger discussion within the city, I certainly understand the desire to fix this at a broader level as well. As far as the percentage, it was simply to build on what you had already decided. And so it wasn't that we think that 10 is the magic number. I think complete flexibility is the perfect for this type of owner, but it finds that balance and maybe accomplishes a little bit about what you were saying, Councilmember Taylor, that you want there to be some component there. But yes, it was just building on what you recently did for the ME and trying to bring that into the IL as well.
Councilman Overton, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
When I look at it initially, it feels like the tail wagging the dog sort of on the changes here. Like, we're making this change, which I anticipate I would be in favor of moving this direction anyway, but we're not there yet. And so this application is sort of forcing this discussion a little bit before maybe staff is ready to present some of their suggestions and recommendations, and before we've had a chance to really think about it and tackle it. So we're being forced to think about a UDC change when we're maybe not ready, but you make a compelling argument for why we're here in this situation. That said, in terms of timing, is this application, I know we got two of them here before us, is the land use application completely determined or conditional upon the UDC changes as you would like to see them? Because I'm just wondering if we could separate the two and we could say, look, the land use works and I'm okay with that, but then the changes, does it have to come later? I don't know if we can, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud if that is required from your perspective, that both need to move together, or could we separate this discussion just a little bit?
Right. Council President, Councilmember Taylor, certainly legally you can separate them and make your own decisions independently. But I think what you're asking me is if we have a preference, if we need this to be able to proceed, and that's our ask. And I'm going to ask Chris to come up and address that, because that's a business decision.
Thanks, Council President, Councilman Taylor. I never like to put finite yes or no's, draw lines in the sand. Unfortunately with us, because we have had this site under contract for a year, we're coming to the end of our diligence also with the land seller, and also Van Trust ability to continue through on DD. So our anticipation would be to put this into production as soon as possible. And so separating these two does not allow us to move on to the preliminary plat process, also with the CZC process and some of the other hurdles we have to get through entitlements. So unfortunately, yes, it was not separable in our eyes, just because without this flexibility, we're not able to lease the product as we think it's going to be leased or could be leased. And that limits our leasing ability. Leasing is our bread and butter, right? It's not beneficial for the city or for us to have empty buildings sitting out there. So unfortunately, yes, these need to go together due to the fact that, can anyone sit here tonight and say when that code change would happen? You could say, could be down the road, it could be I mean, obviously it's got to go through a process, right? And so we need that certainty. So unfortunately, they are tied together.
Councilman Overton, quick follow-up with Mr. McCluskey while I was here. Talk a little bit about the types of tenants that you're hoping, or that you've seen in other developments that you're envisioning bringing here. Talk to me about like how that flexibility works into attracting what kind of employers. Is it spec space? Is it people come to you, say, I want a space, then you go in and do the tenant improvements as they request? So talk to me a little bit about the business side of filling up these buildings.
Of course, and I'll give a little flavor for the Van Trust side and what we anticipate. Then I'd like to call up Mr. Martin. He's with TOK. He could talk a little more about the tenant profiles that he's seen and the Meridian side of it a little more. Van Trust is a spec developer, so we will develop these buildings speculatively with no tenants in tow. Our anticipation is to do the whole project because we think they complement each other just from the factors that we've talked about thus far, kind of that offsetting types of uses. The 4 buildings I did want to highlight, and I think you did a great job, Deb, but just to clarify one more time, those southern 4 buildings do not have dock high positions. So they're grade level drive-in doors similar to the front buildings on AT Industrial. So there will be no truck traffic to the south of the collector. The 2 northern ones, obviously there's truck courts turn on each side, onto each other. So they complement each other a little bit there. But from our perspective, we'll go in and just to be full transparency, we'll put in a spec office, which will probably be around that 10% for the first space. What that allows for is a tenant who needs to move quickly, could take a bay or 2. We can move that tenant in and continue to work our way through leasing them. We've seen a lot of variation in those tenant types across the nation. A lot of the points about the types of jobs being actually very well-paying jobs, higher tech jobs, and I'll see if I could get Mr. Martin up here a second to do a little better job on the type of tenants. But, you know, to further elaborate on the 10% a little bit that Deb brought up, you know, for example, an LED manufacturer, we put that in, they made LED signs in the warehouse. So they would have some of the LED components come in, they would assemble them. They used them at like the high school football games and some of the other locations for wherever you see the LED signage. They were working more employees in the actual construction area, not in what was called office. So when we permitted it, it looked like it had very little office, but they actually had more employees than they would have gotten the density that a normal office would have had in that same space because they were assembling those products and pushing them out. And that's a lot we're seeing in these flex jobs as you were mentioning earlier. But maybe if we could get Mr. Martin up here, I'd love to have him talk a little more about the actual types.
President Overton, members of council, Tyler Martin, 322 Bacon Drive, Boise 83712. I want to talk a little bit about, and can I roll my presentation in here? I was going to talk a little bit later, so don't know about format here, but I want to talk a little bit about the types of jobs we're seeing in these buildings. And these are, we did a survey, I presented it to you last summer. We surveyed 800,000 square feet of these spaces, multiple tenants. I've since narrowed that down to just Meridian. And so in Meridian, we surveyed, so these are all very similar buildings to the small bay, mid bay product in the larger buildings. It's along Franklin Road. We surveyed 442, we got actual results for 443,000 square feet of space. In those spaces, there was 945 employees, or about 1 employee for every 468 square feet. We had 5 companies that had employment per square foot near 250 square feet per employee, which is a historical office number. GSA historically has said that there's supposed to be about 250 square feet per office employee. We now have industrial space in Meridian doing that. And it's incredible the number of jobs we see run through these. And so when we went and did this survey, the question we asked wasn't how many jobs are here, but how many paychecks flow through this building. And so what we found was there's a lot of companies where they have 3 or 4 folks working in these buildings, but they have multiple field employees, salespeople working from home. So we were really counting the paychecks that flow through those buildings that are all locally based. And then I'm just going off my experience of companies I've worked with Crescent Electric, who leased space in AT Industrial to the south. They're consolidating 4 locations across the Treasure Valley into 1 location for centralized distribution. 25 employees minimum. Many of those employees long time with the company since it was Interstate Electric, 15, 20 years ago. I've also worked with 4 other contractors or companies who specifically wanted to be in Meridian. Meridian's done a great job, heart of the valley, 16's coming in. This is where you service a broader valley, is right in Meridian. Of those companies, of those 4 companies, I was able to get 1 in Meridian. We leased a property before it hit the market. Everyone else ended up in Boise because that was where we were able to find space further east than they wanted to be. And just to kind of follow up on that, I also have a BVEP. BVEP does a wins every year, and they release survey data as far as what type of leads they get. Last year, 93% of the leads they got were somewhat industrially based. And so we had 54% manufacturing, 17% semiconductor, 15% food, only 7% was warehouse and distribution. Honestly, we're not a wonderful warehouse and distribution location when you look at transportation networks. And to go off Councilperson Taylor's comment, I believe the fear of turning these spaces into warehouse and distribution, quite honestly, in my opinion, Meridian's done an excellent job and the space is now too expensive. And so if you want a big space for distribution, you're not finding that in Meridian. There are some. So, I mean, there's definitely some larger spaces, but if you want a big space, you're really looking at economics. Economics is key. You're really focused on a lower rental rate. Meridian right now, the tenants I'm working with are trying to service the valley, high employee counts. They're paying considerably more to be in Meridian than points further west where we have higher vacancy rates. And that is just so they can service the valley with employees moving throughout the valley. A lot of these companies are local to our valley. I think really with that's, I wanted to leave it open to questions. I guess regarding the office space, I see a huge variation in office as I work with employers across the valley. Right now I'm working with a company that's doing 30,000 square feet, Meridian company, looking to expand, consolidate a couple of locations. Right now we might end up in Boise because there's no space. There's not a 28,000 square foot space available in Meridian right now. Adler's building product. AT Industrial, to the best of my knowledge, has a single 40,000 square foot space left available that they can't demise. Due to the design of the building, they can't really make it smaller. But that client is looking at 28,000 square feet, roughly 10,000 square feet of office, high employee count. Work with other folks that also have high employee counts, smaller office. And so really it feels like I say that 10,000 square feet of office would support a higher base level of office, but all I'm really trying to say is let the market decide on that point. There's a lot of folks we work with that still have high employee counts that don't need large office. They have employees in the field, they're coming and going, they don't need an office presence. And so really it's just those baselines are a hindrance to development if I have to overbuild office. Just for reference, currently right now, most folks are quoting office build out at $200 a square foot inside the building. So the envelope's already established, but it's another $200 a square foot and about 6 months to build out office space. So it's just another hurdle if you have to reach a certain threshold and not just respond to the market. Open to questions.
Council, any further questions?
Council President Cameron, or Council President Overton, I apologize. I apologize. Can I just chime in real quick? I wanted to clarify something that Chris said, and that there might just be a misunderstanding between us and him regarding the separation of the two. So let's say council tonight hypothetically approves the annexation, but doesn't want to approve the UDC text amendment. They're going to be required to subdivide the property. So, because they have public right of way running through it. So the preliminary plat's going to be required at a minimum for a next application, which they can do while the code change is being worked on. In addition to that, CGC and design review, which would be the next steps, which is administrative at my level, which is really site plan elevation review, could also be in the process. Even building permit could be in the process while, that code change is under progress. And I also want to highlight that warehousing, if IL zone's granted, it's, let's say annexation's approved as presented with IL zone, warehousing as it currently sits, office not to exceed 25% of the building. So they could go down to 10% as with a warehousing use as it currently sits, which a warehouse is a permitted use just like flex space is an IL. So it wouldn't actually hinder their ability to have the 10% office. It would just be a warehousing use instead of a flex space use. So that's kind of just something I wanted to clarify for you guys, that they can still move forward in the progress if that's your guys' prerogative tonight, even without the UDC text amendment. It's not necessarily UDC text amendment's going to hold them up in the process for the rest of the applications that need to come through.
Yeah, Mr. President, members of the council, just to add on to what Nick said, I think all of you understand this. And what Tyler's explained to you is very accurate. We don't know the tenants until they come forward, but I think everyone gets it that we have a schedule of use, allowed use table in our code. And so although we're kind of hyper focused on flex space tonight, there's many other uses that go in these buildings that don't need to meet the flex requirements because they're defined differently in the code. So they don't need to do any of those things. So that's why it's difficult for us to say, please change our code and help fix it when we're like, we don't see this as an immediate issue for us in the city at this time, because we have all these other things. If you want light manufacturing, that's a completely different use in our code, doesn't even apply to flex space. If you want a construction company in there, that could be a flex space, but again, it could be defined as a contractor's yard, and we can work with you on those percentages and make that tenant space work for that particular use, because it's a different use than what flex space is. So as I said, the code gives them a lot of flexibility, and same thing with the warehouse, like Nick mentioned, warehousing is 25% or less. Flex space currently is 20% or more. So again, if you want to call yourself distribution or warehousing, then we'll say, okay, that's what you're defined as a warehouse. And look at your floor plan and say, you know what, you're at 20% office, you're good to go as a warehouse. We'll let you move in there and operate. We don't care who's in there working, as long as you meet those thresholds and those requirements. So again, it's kind of that cart before the horse. If we don't know who's going in there, it's hard to say if it's the right time to change the code or not. And I think council understands that. I mean, when we changed the code 6 months ago or 8 months ago, I think you guys were sympathetic to that, understanding the needs of the market at the time. And you changed one portion of the code, but it didn't go far enough to change the other section of the code. And that's why we immediately put it on our list of code changes to fix that, and at least have that conversation with you. I also realize the council they like to follow process. You've kind of established these rules. Staff, what are you bringing forward as code changes? We're like, here's what we're changing. Are you good with that? Yes. And then we meet with a UDC focus group and we vet that out through all this different committee and then bring back forth a recommendation that works. Now, do I think the UDC focus group would have concerns with us changing the warehouse component? Probably not. I've met with them multiple times and they all agree we have to tweak this and fix this for sure and get that balance right. So again, I don't have anything to share with you tonight or what's being proposed, but what I can share with you is that we do have a future code change planned. We have some others that have, you guys set the policy. So if you say, Bill, I want that in front of me next month, certainly I'll make that happen and bring that forward if that's your prerogative. But right now, again, we think it's okay the way it's working, but just want to let you know that we do realize there needs to be a change. We're just not there at this point.
Council President Overton.
Councilmember Strader.
Thank you. That was really helpful. What is your sense of timing on those additional code changes? I think that would help me. It'd probably help the applicant quite a bit too, to wrap their head around what their options are. Cause I really feel like this second request is a tough one for me, but what's our general sense of timing on those changes?
Mr. President, members of the council, it's hard to say. I know I've had discussions with our director. We've met with the UDC focus group in January, I want to say, to go over some of these cleanup items that we want to take forward. I am toying with the idea of maybe assigning a staff member to bring forward those so that we can get them moving quicker than later in the year. But we'll have that discussion as a department. So currently right now I have 2 other code changes that I'm working on with some subsets. So this week, or actually tomorrow, I'm working with code enforcement on our limited duration signage. And then we're also meeting with a group to talk about our PUD changes and PDD changes. So a whole nother new section to the code. So those are kind of my 2 priorities right now. But again, if you ask staff to give us a time frame or when you would like to see something coming forward, I'm happy to take that feedback and start working on that moving forward. But at this time, there is no definitive date, but more likely would be fall. if I had to guess. Late summer, early fall.
A quick follow-up.
Councilmember Strader.
Okay, but if it was prioritized, or even if it was that set of code changes that relate to extending what we've already done into these other zones were to become a higher priority, which I don't know, right? Like everyone has to have that discussion, but I mean, what is the fastest that realistically you could get some suggestions in front of council? I mean, just brainstorming. I mean, well, the art of the possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. President, members of the council, probably hearing in mid-May, first part of June, and then council in July. It's probably a realistic timeframe.
Okay.
Or we could work with the clerk and go quicker to council, save a week or two, but you're more likely end of June. And depending on the holidays and how those fall with Juneteenth and 4th of July, that always puts a little wrinkle in it. Yeah.
Council President Overton.
Councilman Taylor.
So let me restate what I heard. In your opinion, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but you believe from what you've seen and understand that the uses they've envisioned, they can do those without the required changes they're seeking with the UDC code. What I'm hearing from the applicant is it's really helpful for them to market this as flex space, because flex space conveys a certain understanding about what the tenants are looking at, especially if you're building speculative space, then the ability to lease it. So that's what they want. I'd like to help get them there. You're saying today, if we approve this land use application, your interpretation is they could probably still do everything that they're asking to do under current code. Councilwoman Strader's line of questioning about timeline, moving May, June, July is extraordinarily fast for a government deliberative body like us. And so that would seem to be okay. I would like to move quickly on that too, because I do think I've thought actually a lot about this since we had the last discussion about other changes, but am I interpreting that correctly if I restating it in my
Councilman
layman
Taylor,
voice?
yes. Yeah, you're doing that great. And then also as part of that, if that is the direction you want staff to take, then I'd also encourage maybe some discussion around if you do want the office space and the warehouse space to align with 100%, total that 100% like it previously did. So just curious on your take there. 'Cause a lot of times when Nick and I meet with applicants as well, they get flex space confused. They think it's a multi-tenant building. So they're looking at, I can have multiple tenants in one building. And it's like, yeah, that's one way to look at it, but that's just a multi-tenant building in our world. You're going to have one building and demise the wall, put in demising walls and have multiple people running out of that building. So that's the other piece of it is sometimes the terminology is a little bit different, but in our code, we're very specific as to what flex is. We define the parking ratios, the mix of light industrial versus office, and it has to be usually it says it's small scale. And it can be either an entire building or only one tenant space. So for example, an applicant or an architect can't come to the city and say, well, I have one of my tenants is an office and I want to do all warehouse because now in the building I have 50% offices in this one end and this is all warehouse and that's flex space. No, that tenant is office and this other space is warehouse. It's not, you can't use all the uses within the building to say you're a flex space. It's either one building or each individual tenant has to meet that requirement is how we interpret the code.
Council, I have a quick question for our city attorney to clarify. Mr. Neri, from the moment we opened this and discussed it by staff, by the applicant, and by our questions from council, we've been discussing both 17 and 18, but I only opened the public hearing for 17. The correct procedure from this point be forward, we go forward as we're discussing both. We only vote on 17 and then open 18 for any new comments and vote on 18.
Mr. President, I guess I thought you had opened both, so I apologize. I thought you had.
I'm sorry.
Mr. President, probably really never interrupt Mr. Neri, but I just was agreeing with him that I was under the impression when you opened both, or when you opened public hearing, it was for both. And I think
Right.
even staff had indicated as part of their staff report that they were speaking to both. Certainly the applicant presented as part of
Correct.
their narrative on both. So I appreciate the question, but just from my perspective, I was under the impression that you had opened the public hearing on both.
And I guess, Mr. President, members of council, I think when the first thing the applicant asked was, could I have more time because there's two presentations on two, and you agreed to that, I think you did open both.
As long as you agree with that, I'm okay with it. Thank you. There's no more questions for the applicant. Madam Clerk, do we have people signed up for this?
Thank you, President Overton. I have Tyler Martin. Oh, he already spoke. Excuse me. I have Gina and Ken Thurston.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes. If you can state your name and address, and now you can talk about either one of them.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Gina Thruston, and I'm at 496 East Damali Court in Meridian, 83642. And we own the property at issue in this application, and we are here to speak in support of the project. I'm an Idaho native. When I was born, my family lived at the southeast corner of Eagle and Overland, which is now Silverstone. And then my husband, Kenneth Thruston, and family has lived in Idaho for over 58 years. They grew up on the property at 5035 West Franklin. And after the children grew up and moved, my father-in-law sold his property and bought the property next door, which is 5201 West Franklin. The family enjoyed farming these properties for over 50 years. And over the years, we have watched all the areas that have changed around us. Our Meridian farms are turning into family homes. Out here, we're now surrounded by industrial or planned industrial, including Butte Fence, which is right next door. And AT Industrial's development to our south. All of this growth also means road widening. And in fact, Franklin Road's planned widening at this property means where my husband grew up, the home is going to be demolished. So encroaching non-ag development has made it harder to farm, and widening roads will soon make it less appealing to live. So when V-Tree reached out to us with this project, we decided to sell. This is the right project at the right time for the city. It will allow for a needed employment and tax base for the city of Meridian, and will create nearly 600 good jobs for growing local businesses. It will be nicely designed with clean, modern buildings, as they showed you in their presentation, and it won't have lots of emissions or noise. So the project will also extend the planned connector road from Black Cat past Core and main property to take pressure off the other roads. V-Tree has been transparent in this process, and we've enjoyed working with them. They really do want to create a quality project here, and it's a project that makes sense. And I know the council carefully weighs public input, and we truly believe this project is a win-win for everyone. The city of Meridian, the community, and our family of Idaho natives that's looking to move on to the next chapter of our lives. This project offers a positive, forward-thinking outcome, and we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Council,
Mr. President.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Gina?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for your testimony. Sitting here with us all night to get up and provide your perspective is appreciated. I talk about this from time to time. I've lived in Meridian my whole life too, and it's weird when you didn't move to Meridian, but Meridian kind of moved to your doorstep, and I can understand those frustrations and challenges, but I appreciate you providing kind of a real world perspective about where you live. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Madam Clerk,
Council President Overton, no one else has signed up.
is there anyone else present in the room that would wish to speak on either one of these applications, the annexation or the UDC text amendment? You could state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Greg Stores. My permanent mailing address is 4925 West Franklin Road here in Meridian. Thanks for that opportunity to visit for just a second. I hadn't anticipated doing this when I first came in. First of all, I want to appreciate each one of you for what you do. I don't envy what you do, and sitting through the meeting this night certainly emphasize that. But what I did want to say was I lived in Meridian 1975. There's 2,500 people. And we've seen a lot of change over the years. I've come and gone since then. I was the last 5 to 7 years, I've been in the process. My mother-in-law, my wife Cheryl, is Birdie Whiting's daughter, and she's the one that occupies the land there at the corner of Black Cat and Franklin, and she currently lives there. She's now 93, I believe, and just the sweetest little lady you'll ever want to meet. I think that as we've gone through this process of watching all of this here and at the county, I think our idea was just to be able to see what it was that you folks are thinking, both here and on the county level, to be able to also communicate with Nick and Bill several times visiting. And each of them, I appreciate each of them and their willingness to be able to listen and give ideas and thoughts. On the other side of the coin, we've also seen all of the construction, all of the growth that's happening. And our major concern in the very beginning was here's this wonderful little lady sitting in the middle of all of this with all the trucks going by and the noise and all the things. That was difficult. The change was difficult because ACHD came in and took her home. And we moved her away for a while, brought her back into a manufactured home there on the property and got approval for that. And then we've had the opportunity then to watch everything that's happening. Sometimes, you know, the term, the tail wagging the dog, was that Birdie was definitely the tail. The dog has been wagging the tail and Birdie has been the tail. And what we want to do now is to be able to, as my wife and her brother there, who are trustees of the trust, want to prevent and help her to be able the very best possible life she can during the time that they're there. Now, regarding Van Trust, is that my time?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Van Trust, Chris, we've sat and met with Chris. I've had also the people who set up and put together the real estate deal with Chris. Had many conversations. A good friend of mine from way back when he was a friend of my daughter in grade school. And we had the opportunity to be able to kind of walk through this whole thing. Also, just to let you know, you see the professionalism they provided, and what a wonderful presentation today. Great. But anyway, the professionalism with what they've done to help you guys to understand what they're trying to do. And you guys have very well eloquently explained what your concerns are. Unfortunately, we have some boxes here that everybody has to live within. And we're trying to maneuver those. And in the middle of this is all of this little old lady, this sweet little old lady. So what I would suggest and what I would hope that the council could do would be able to take what has been said from each, the positive parts of it from each, from Van Trust, from staff, and the questions and wonderful questions have been asked. And to be able to say, how can we go back to the center of this whole thing, which is Birdie Whiting? And how can we make it possible so that she and the owners and the people who help her with her estate to be able to move forward, can make the best positive informed decisions. We feel like that having the current proposal approved would be the best possible thing for her to be able to put this thing to bed. She's surrounded already. Now it's just a matter of finding out how you folks can work together with them to make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on either of these two public hearings? Come forward. State your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Trina Neto. I am at 2434 West King Road in Kuna, Idaho. I am also a power of attorney for Mark Choi, who owns the property at 5035 West Franklin Road that is in this project. And I wanted to just come and, from Mark's perspective and my own, indicate that I have been utterly amazed at what Meridian has been able to accomplish over the years, watching as president of the Chamber of Commerce in Kuna, what Kuna has suffered. And your realistic look at what is needed and when it is needed has been really amazing. That is something Kuna has never been able to manage. They just like residential. So anyway, would like to just say, I really am amazed with what you guys have been able to do. The only reason I really wanted to stand today is one of the ironic reasons that we're here today is when Van Trunts came to Mark Choi asking if he would sell. He did not want to. This was not something he was looking to do. He has a rental property at this property, and it's been sustaining him for his form of retirement forms. And selling was not on the table. He actually did tell Van Trust no and went away until we received a letter from the city that said it was mandatory that he annex into the city. He had a expansion from the ACHD had taken part of his property, and in that demolished his septic tank and water source. And so they had to putting in the city sewer and city water to provide that, with ACHC's doing that, in subject to Mark Choi annexing. I can tell you the only reason we're here today is because of that annexation letter that was required, because Mark lives in Tennessee and is not interested in doing that himself. So watching what the Van Trusts have had to go through, we highly support this project, especially for the annexation, because with Mark gone, I'm going to be the one stuck doing it, and I don't want to do it. So we appreciate that. But anyway, just want to say thank you for that. And then I'll just add another note with the new expansion of Franklin Road. They're now going to be taking Mark Choi's home. That will be demolished up to 10 feet, and the new road will go right through the middle of his living room. So he will also be losing his form of retirement that he was hoping for. So this project has been interesting because it has been subject to ACHD, even with their offer. They offered him $39,000 for his house because they felt this project would be going forward, which is interesting since they're also the ones who stopped us from having industrial into office space when they wouldn't allow access. This is something I thought was ironic. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make a comment on either one of these applications? No. Is there anybody online that would like to make a comment? Use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no further public comments, would the applicant like to come up and close?
Yeah, so I think we had a few, probably an inappropriate time, but I just want to kind of circle back on some things that Nick and Bill brought up and some of the closing comments we heard. I feel like we had some great support in the room tonight, so very appreciative of that. Not a whole lot I think we can address on many of those, but except that we have tried to accommodate some of that cross access to the neighbors to the east. So we're trying to remember that and take into consider that, as well as having the pedestrian pathway that we've now added along the east side gives us a little more buffer from that adjacent property as well. So hopefully improving the value and the long-term use as well, pushing us back just a little more. But one of the things that I know Nick brought up, and I just wanted to circle back on a little bit, was in this UDC amendment kind of context and timing. There's obviously contracts and there's land sellers, and that's not purview of the council, and that's not your problem to deal with, obviously. But the big thing for us, our next steps include preliminary plat, CZC. There's a large amount of commitment from Van Trust from a capital perspective, also not the council's concern, except for we're unable to proceed forward with that. It's a significant amount, and probably that, $300,000 to $400,000 range to just continue on through those processes due to the plans we have to present, some of the design work that needs to be required. So to move forward with that, we just need that certainty. And so that was really the reason for us pushing so hard on the request for that change right now. Appreciate that we do have time, that we do have to go through those processes, but starting those processes is right now unfundable from a Van Trust perspective as capital out the door without certainty to move forward. And that leasing uncertainty kind of presents that challenge to us. So that was one of the things that I did just want to touch on a little bit, but open to, council's comments on that a little bit, and appreciate the time. Obviously, I want to give Deb a chance here to close a little more as well. I just wanted to address that one specific comment.
Yeah, I think Chris covered it very well. I just can wrap it up by saying, we really appreciate the landowners' supports and comments. And they're the people that are involved in this as well. But you do have a sophisticated and motivated developer that's here bringing a product that I think is of interest to the city. And so we are asking for support of the annexation and zoning that will give them more of that certainty. We're asking for the code change to try to remove some of the hurdles that are in your current code that make it harder to lease up the property. We also appreciate the city's continued efforts to clean up those codes to make sure that it makes sense across all of the sectors. We did just touch on the one that's important to us, consistent with the change that was made. We understand you have broader concerns there, but having that certainty is really what they need to continue to make this investment. It's a relatively small piece of property, but a significant investment on their front, and will bring significant space to the city. And because of its size, it does seem like they're able to move forward with it relatively quickly if they get the go-ahead from the city to bless it. So with that, we would just stand for any additional questions you have.
Council, any questions for the applicant? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sorry, Dean, I thought I turned it on my finger, just didn't press the hard off. Thanks. I would maybe encourage us at least deliberating a little bit before maybe a motion is made to close the public hearing, because I do think there is an important element that we haven't discussed as a body that is, to me, is the elephant in the room. So I spoke earlier, I support more industrial in this area. I think it makes sense. I think we can work through some of the administrative pieces and appreciate staff's efforts and where the applicant's coming from. The biggest hurdle for me in being in favor of an approval this evening is that, District 6, this is the area in which I represent. And I know not everybody that's here tonight was a part of this decision, but the council, again, kind of put the nose under the tent with granting an annexation for some industrial in this area with significant concerns about the traffic impacts of this area. That is very real. That is outlined in ACHG staff report. You've got an applicant who's saying, hey, this use is going to mirror what is already in existence. I would be really frustrated if I was another applicant, another developer who's been told you can't grow anymore, only to have somebody who's doing a similar use be granted, that's your neighbor, be granted that access. So I don't think I can, as much as I want to see more of this, and this is the part that is really hard for me, is because this council, previous councils have been waving their arms about this area for years with the highway district. We saw this coming as representatives of this community. We have sounded the alarms. We have banged our pots and pans, and we have asked the highway district to look at this area. You even have another applicant who's actually went out and sought out right away to expand Black Cat, only for the highway district to say we're not interested. So we're in this weird situation where we, as the council, knows that this is needed. You have a use that contemplates expanded roadways that is a higher traffic use. Staff voicing concern about approving an annexation because of the traffic impacts. And yet we forecasted this as an issue. So I don't think I can be in support of this application this evening, and not because I don't want to. I think this is great. I just think that we have said we're already at our capacity for this part of Meridian when it comes to industrial traffic. And until we can get a plan for how, particularly how Black Cat south of Franklin is going to address this added capacity, I hate saying it, I don't think that we should be voting in favor of an annexation for this type of use right now. So I recognize not everybody was here that was part of that, and opinions can change. But I know that was important to me when I was the council. The reason why I was supportive of granting that initial annexation, knowing that these types of things would come. My hope would be is the highway districts would have been our partner and come side by side to address this. And until they are, we're in a really hard position where granting something that I think makes sense for Meridian and is good for Meridian long-term is going to create significant traffic challenges for our existing residents.
Councilmember Streeter.
Thank you. Question for staff. Could you refresh our memory as to the conditions that we attach to that development and what the milestones are? And then also, where are we at with Franklin? When will it be widened? Is that a certainty? Help me with all of that. But yeah, let's go through those conditions again. I agree that there's an issue my colleagues raised that is a very good point. And I struggled a lot with that application, and we noodled over it and we really crafted a solution for it. So maybe you could refresh our memory.
Yeah, Council President, Councilman Strader. So yes, I was actually surprisingly actually spot on with my last comment about Black Cat Industrial. So greater than 960,000 square feet of occupied space, Black Cat must be widened to 5 lanes between the east-west collector, known as Grand Mogul now, and Franklin. The intersection of Black Cat and Franklin must be improved as recommended by ACHD. And the intersection of McDermott and Franklin must be improved with a 2-way left turn lane unless Franklin has been widened to 5 lanes. Completion of these improvement permits. Wow, that's weird. Kind of word. Completion of these above improvements must be done prior to occupancy for up to 1.5 or 1,500,000 square feet. And then the other provision on that was greater than 1,500,000 square feet. Franklin must be widened to 5 lanes between Black Cat and State Highway 16. A traffic signal must be constructed at the intersection of Black Cat and the east-west on-site collector when a signal analysis warrants it, which with the district at 10 Mile probably be coming in the near future. Yeah, east-west collector on site. So they're, and let me see if I have a better overview. I do on my presentation that be able to show you guys, get a little bit better visual. So here's that east-west collector known as Grand Mogul right now. And then that will actually have a north-south collector that's not on their property and will be actually on this property most likely. They'll construct a portion of it. Will align somewhere roughly here on Franklin that may be signalized at some point once it hits a certain threshold. But it says the east-west collector will be extended from Black Cat west incrementally as progress, so which they have done. The applicant has done a phasing plan that will dictate when the sections of that east-west collector are constructed, which they already have a good portion of it, about a third of it already constructed. And then as far as the widening of Franklin Road is scheduled to be widened to 5 lanes from McDermott Road to Black Cat Road in 2027. So to answer your questions, you guys set thresholds at 960,000 square feet, 1,500,000 square feet. The east-west collector had some conditions on it, and then Franklin will actually be widened, which is part of the improvements that were required in this in 2027 by ACHD between State Highway 16 and Black Cat. But yep. I'll stand for any questions if you guys have any.
Council, any questions for staff?
Council President.
Councilor
Overton.
Strader.
Can you, realizing that was our creature that we invented, and that was how we were trying to address this like intractable transportation issue for a good project. Is there any consistent framework of conditions that you can think of that can be applied to similar projects that you feel like there is a level of consistency there? Because I think that that's the challenge. Like, I think instinctually it's like, okay, well, how do we dump more annexations onto this roadway network that don't have those conditions? I agree, like that's a real challenge intellectually. But I'm curious, like, do you think there is a consistent framework that could be utilized? Or is it just too tough? Because this one, the roadway situation is different. They're not taking access directly off Franklin. Like, help me think through that and brainstorm a little bit.
Council President, Councilwoman Strader, it's a good question. Is there a consistent framework that we have where we, you have improvements that are required when you hit a certain threshold? I think from my knowledge, Black Cat Industrial, because of the size, really, you had, I think it was 2.2 million square feet at full build out. I think that was definitely concerns, and I know they did traffic study. The size of their project didn't require a traffic study, so we don't have some of the same information. And I'm not going to talk for the Van Trust team, but I have talked with Chris about, is there a possibility of phased, what the timing of that is? Obviously, we don't have a pre-plat in front of us, and I don't want to speak for him, but I know it was their intent to do this, pretty in one phase, essentially. Yeah, that it would be, construction would be going on in the whole site is from my knowledge and from the conversations I've had with them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So as far as phasing it and putting those same conditions on this site, it's difficult. I see your perspective. It's not something, I would say that's been done on maybe like the district and some of the other large projects, a little different, non-industrial, commercial, a little different, Farmstone even, or the Adler project. It is different. And it's challenging, and I think Black Cat is primarily the main concern. It looks like Franklin probably going to have 5 lanes to Franklin to State Highway 16, and we're going to have that on and off ramp. I think that will function probably pretty well. It's the intersection of Black Cat and Franklin. And to be honest, the east-west collector that this site's going to be building, when Cormain got approved, and I talked with ACHD about potentially, I think a left-hand turn lane would work probably pretty good here. Unfortunately, we don't have the threshold to do the left-hand turn lane, so it's not being designed that way, and it's not being constructed that way. So left-hand turns onto Black Cat. It will get a left-hand turn lane eventually, but unfortunately, it's not being constructed right now as it is with Cormain with a left-hand turn lane because it didn't warrant it at the time. I had that conversation. Ultimately, it was determined what it was. So there's concerns there as well. Freight traffic trying to make a left-hand turn on a 2-lane road peak hour of the day is going to be very challenging. So how we mitigate that issue and how you guys mitigate that through conditions as a council and through staff, I don't have a good, I guess, and maybe Bill does. I'll lean on Bill a little bit. I don't necessarily have a good avenue that would mitigate those concerns while also still meeting what the applicant's intent is for the development. Because I understand they have a financial aspect that I'm not a part of with it, and I want to be sensitive to that as well. So.
Mr. President, members of the council, Nick did a fine job explaining to you, but the consistent framework is difficult when you have multiple property owners along a roadway. And that's why ACHD is hard to enter into a cooperative development agreement or use that tool when you don't control all the property. And so when ACHD has been successful with that tool, that's because the property owners controlled a lot of the property and they were able to execute that and get things a bit built ahead of time. In this particular situation, although I appreciate those DA provisions, I don't know how realistic they are. But what I can tell you is there is a collector road happening that wasn't there when Black Cat Industrial got approved. So you see what's happening to the east of this project. That road between Black Cat and 10 Mile should be punched through here within the next couple of months from my understanding, sometime in June or July. And there will be a light at that intersection. So again, things will slowly improve over time as these developments come online, because as you know, there are conditions of approval on projects, and as they hit certain thresholds, they're required to do these upgrades. So I know the developer to the east is going through a roundabout study, getting their roundabout approved with ACHD, and they're also looking at putting in some more lights on Franklin for their development, not necessarily for this one. The other challenge, and I think the council understands this, and Mr. Neri can probably chime in, it's hard to put those off-site conditions on this particular development when they're not even fronting on Black Cat, although they will have somewhat of an impact to that. They are on Franklin. So that's too much of a stretch, even with annexation, to say, hey, do some improvements on Black Cat to help mitigate this. So anyways, just wanted to give you that information. A little more information anyways to digest. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Council, any further comments? If there are no further comments, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Council President,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearings for both items are closed.
Council. I don't want to make a motion for a denial. I know that we've got a recommendation of denial from staff and from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I also understand that time is of the essence. But I can't support this application this evening. And even if I wanted to, again, we don't have the findings. So council, I guess I would maybe like to hear a little bit more deliberation from where you would want to go. I'm prepared to make a motion to continue this out for 60 to 90 days to give staff an opportunity to maybe look at roadway for us to hear from Highway District. But I also know that 90 days may equate to a denial, and I hate that. If we continue it and then the applicant withdraws their application, at least gives them a little bit more flexibility to come back as opposed to wait for a significant period of time. You know, if the door's closed for this applicant, it may be closed. I hate, because I think we're going to miss out on a good opportunity for a good project. But that's at least where motion I'm prepared to make this evening, barring a better mousetrap that any of you would maybe suggest. Okay. Council, I'm going to move that we continue item 17, Van Trust H 2025-0052 to June the 16th, and to request that our planning staff engage with Highway District staff on the future development of Black Cat and Franklin, and also to have our planning staff connect with the adjacent landowner that has the condition placed on them for roadway improvements to grant their expanded use. And for staff to prepare a report from those findings prior to June the 16th. That should also give the staff ample time to prepare conditions of approval for the council.
Councilman Cavanagh. Quick question, clarification. You said item 17, you mean 17 and 18?
I had planned to make the same motion when we got to the next one, but I figured because we're taking action on those separately, I wouldn't be as verbose with my basis for the continuance for the next one, but just that it would be continued to the same evening.
Council President Overton?
Councilmember Strader.
That's a great start to a discussion. I think I'm in the same place where it's like, I don't want to, sadly, I think we may miss out on a fantastic project just because I think that the level of certainty that the applicant needs from us tonight is higher than certainly I could give them. I'm struggling a lot with item 18. I'm struggling with both items, but I'm struggling a lot with item 18. I don't think it's appropriate for one development to lead wholesale UDC changes, especially when we have them in process. And I think our staff's capable of prioritizing that item. My suggestion as one council member would be to ask that that become a priority item. But I'd love for other people to weigh in on that. I think between now and June, it's possible that we could get a lot of clarity. And I think there's been a real openness and willingness to expand our see the flex space that we're seeing and to like support that use. I think we understand that today's economy has changed in terms of what level of office is fundamentally needed in this remote work AI environment. And I think we get all that. I'm very open to a comp plan discussion holistically about our industrial corridor and where that borders with the 10-mile plan, because I think that that's a really worthwhile discussion. I don't think I could get there on this tonight for the same reason articulated by Councilman Cavanagh. That particular project and the acute issues on Black Cat were so severe that we really did craft like this customized approach to the roadway network. I like the idea of a continuance, but understanding that the reality of that may mean that it is effectively means that we may not see this project. That's very unfortunate. That's where my head's at today. I couldn't get there on it. I can't think of a condition that would make sense to get there. And I definitely do not agree that item 18 is the right approach at all. So that's just where I'm at right now. And I'll second that motion. Sorry.
Council President, real quick, if I may. I specifically picked that date in June based on some of that feedback from staff. So again, I think there's parallel tracks. Again, I think our concern is that probably the clock may be running out for our applicant, and I'm sympathetic to that, trying to find the most aggressive timeline to try and be responsive to that while also recognizing the time it will take for our staff. So and I don't think that in any way, shape, or form continuing both would preclude any council member from voting in favor or against, should that be on our agenda.
Council President Overton.
Councilman Taylor, first off, we have a motion for continuance and a second. Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, for discussion on the motion, I think it'd be helpful for the applicant just to kind of get a greater sense of kind of where some of us are thinking. One of the things that I think is as much as we can provide certainty to our partners in development, it's very helpful. I would support the project going through as it is, but I wouldn't support changes to UDC tonight without a fuller discussion with staff and recommendations, because I think we have a responsibility as a city council to consider the entirety of the city, and I'd want to have that kind of feedback. And if that were if that makes this a non-starter for the applicant, then that's unfortunate. But I don't see how I could be supportive of both of them tonight. I could support the land use application despite some of the concerns about conditions on other projects. I don't believe that we should hold hostage some applications because of other applications and their development agreements and any conditions that are in that. I don't think that's fair. But I think right now, the best way to possibly see that this project could pass is to vote to support a continuance to the date that the Councilman Cavanagh suggested. I see that as really the only pathway to maybe see this project succeed. And I think in that time frame, staff can provide us as council the suggestions and more holistic approach to looking at the UDC changes on flex space that we need to make an informed decision. And I agree with Councilman Strader's comments. It's a mistake for us to approve the UDC changes under the circumstances tonight. Though I do think where the changes are going, I think would be helpful to where the applicant wants to see. We have to follow a process. We have to go through what we have to go through to uphold our oath of office and be responsible to the citizens. So that's kind of where I'm at. I really, one of my really great application. I do think that this entire area is should look more industrial. I actually, on the traffic, I get the 2-lane roads, but I like to see industrial next to a freeway. I don't want to see them driving through neighborhoods. I don't want to see them driving 3 miles off of and this is a great spot. Once, Franklin Road opens up, 10 mile or the Highway 16, we're gonna have great access. This is what this area needs to see. And I think, for staff, we should have this conversation about what this whole area looks like, but this is a great project. That's where I am. I'm gonna support the motion for a continuance because I think that's the only way that this application could possibly succeed is when we get to that point.
Council, get a chance to weigh in on this. I think some great thoughts have been brought out on the table tonight. I think this application is an excellent application. It's just the timing is not good. We don't control the roadways. I wish we could approve the project and say, oh, by the way, build me a 5-lane road on Black Cat as well. But we don't have that authority. We never have. And this particular part of the city, especially Black Cat on both sides of Franklin, I heard you talk about being in Idaho back in 1975. That road hasn't changed. That's what it was in 1975. I remember, and it's still the same way. It's one of the last bastions of 2-lane country roads that we've got running on that west side of town. And it's impossible to try to approve something like this based upon where we're sitting right now. I think we need to have those conversations with the restrictions we put on other applicants before this. It's completely unfair, I think, if we don't have those conversations and make sure we understand all the ramifications that were applied to them before we approve something else. That's just being fundamentally fair to everyone who comes in front of us as a city. The UDC text amendment, I couldn't agree more. I've worked with Bill in planning on different text amendments over the past few years, and they work just as hard as they can on all the different amendments we've got for all the different parts of text. We spent months working on just drive-throughs. I mean, we need to make sure we get these right when we make these changes, so we don't do them haphazard, and we certainly just don't do them quickly to try to get something done. And that's what I'd hate to see. When it's done, it needs to be done right. So I stand in support of Councilman Cavanaugh's motion for continuance till June 16th. I think it's the right motion. And on the address of whether it means it's the end of the application, I don't want to sound heartless, but at some point we have to look at what's best for the city. I mean, that's the reason we're sitting up here. And I don't ever want to hurt an applicant. I don't ever want to hurt a homeowner. But in the end, we've got to protect the city and how that comes together. Councilman Cavanagh.
Councilman President, deliberation was done. I was going to call for the question.
Mr. President, let me deliberate just a second and at the risk of being repetitive of what's been said, I think it is a good project. I think it fits well. I think traffic from this would flow to the west and catch Highway 16 and off they go, and life is good, especially on the 10-mile corridor. So I don't have any concerns that it will push traffic more towards the other types of developments we're seeing in the 10-mile area. I'm heartened to hear from Trina and Greg and Gina that they're supportive as homeowners and they think this is probably the right direction to go. And so I would like to get to a point where we could approve something like this. And I think that the motion that we have on the table of continuing this until June 16th gives us the opportunity to get all the parts and pieces in the right place. So that hopefully we don't have Franklin Road running through a living room and residents displaced and no solution for them to look forward to. So I'll be supporting that motion and hope that we can get to a resolution on June 16th.
Council, if we have no more comments, roll call vote on the motion to continue till June 16th.
Thank you, Council President Overton. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Overton.
Aye. Council, it's 6 ayes for continuance until June 16th of 2026 on item 17 and item 18.
Mr. President,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I move that we continue item 18, Van Trust application ZOA 2025-0002 to June 16th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue item 18 until June 16th of 2026. Madam Clerk, call roll.
Thank you, Council President Overton. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Overton.
Aye. We have all aye votes on 18. It is also continued to June 16th of 2026. That brings us to the end. Do we have any future meeting topics, Council? There's no future meeting topics. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Council President Overton, move we adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you.